Chapter 14, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 14, Part 1. During the remaining weeks of the season, Mary witnessed a series of entertainments of a kind quite new to her. Since her childhood she had never visited the Crystal Palace except for the Saturday afternoon classical concerts. Now she spent a whole day there with Mr. Hoskyn, his sister, and the children, and waited for the display of fireworks. She saw acrobats, conjurers, Christy minstrels, panoramas, and shows of cats, goats, and dairy implements, and she felt half ashamed of herself for enjoying them. She went for the first time in her life to a circus, to a music hall, and to athletic sports at Lillie Bridge. After the athletic sports she went up the river in a cheap excursion steamer to Hampton Court, where she hardly looked at the pictures, and occupied herself solely with the other objects of interest, which she had neglected on previous visits. Finally she went to Madame Tussaud's. Hoskyn had proposed all these amusements on behalf of the children, and it was supposed that Mary and Mrs. Phipson, on going to them, were good naturedly co operating with Uncle Johnny to make the little Phipsons happy. In the character of Uncle Johnny, Hoskyn frequented the house in Cavendish Square at all hours, and was soon on familiar terms with Mary. He was good humoured, and apparently quite satisfied with himself. In arranging excursions, procuring and paying for vehicles, spying out and pushing his way to seats left accidentally vacant in the midst of packed audiences, looking after the children, and getting as much value as possible for his money on every occasion, he was never embarrassed or inefficient. He was very inquisitive, and took every opportunity of entering into conversation with railway officials, steamboat captains, cabmen, and policemen, and learning from them all about their various occupations. When this habit of his caused him to neglect Mary for a while, he never pestered her with apologies, and always told her what he had learnt without any doubt that it would interest her. And it did interest her more than she could have believed beforehand, although sometimes its interest arose from the obvious mendacity of Hoskyn's informants, he being as credulous of particulars extracted by casual pumping as he was sceptical of any duly authorized and published statement. In his company Mary felt neither the anxiety to appear at her best, with which Herbert's delicate taste and nervous solicitude for her dignity and comfort had always inspired her, nor the circumspection which she had found necessary in order to avoid offending the exacting temper of Jack. In their different ways both these men had humbled her. Hoskyn admired her person and held her acquirements in awe, without being himself in the least humbled, although he exalted her without stint. She began to feel, too, that she, by her apprenticeship to the two artists, had earned the right to claim rank as an adept in modern culture before such men as Hoskyn. When they went to the Academy, he was quite delighted to find that she despised all the pictures he preferred. In about an hour, however, both had had enough of picture seeing, and they finished the day by the trip to Hampton Court. When the season was over, it was arranged that Mr. Phipson should take his family to Trouville for the month of August. Hoskyn, who was to accompany them, never doubted that Mary would be one of the party until she announced the date of her departure for Sir John Porter's country seat in Devonshire. She had accepted Lady Geraldine's invitation a month before. Hoskyn listened in dismay, and instead of proposing some excursion to pass away the time, moped about the house during the remainder of the afternoon. Shortly after luncheon he was alone in the drawing room, staring disconsolately out of window when Mary entered. She sat down without ceremony and opened a book. Look here," he said presently. This is a regular sell about Trouville." How so? Has anything happened?" I mean you're not coming." But nobody ever supposed that I was coming. It was arranged long ago that I should go to Devonshire." I never heard a word about Devonshire until you mentioned it at lunch. Couldn't you make some excuse? Tell Lady Porter that you have been ordered abroad for your health, or that Nanny will be offended if you don't go with her, or something of that sort?" But why?" I want to go to Devonshire, and I don't want to go to Trouville." Oh, in that case I suppose you will leave us." Certainly. I hope you are not going to make a grievance of my desertion." Oh no. But it knocks all the fun of the thing on the head." What a pity!" I am quite in earnest, you know." "Nobody could doubt it, looking at your face. Can nothing be done to console you?" "Poking fun at me is not the way to console me. Why do you want to go to Devonshire? It's about the worst climate in England for anyone with a weak chest, muggy, damp, and tepid." "I have not a weak chest, I am glad to say. Have you ever been in Devonshire?" "No, but I have heard about it from people who lived there for years, and had to leave it at last." "I am going for a month only." Hoskyn began to twirl the cord of the blind round his forefinger. When he had dashed the tassel twice against the pane, Mary interfered. "Would it not be better to open the window if you wish to let in the fresh air?" "All I can say is," said he, dropping the tassel, "that you really might come with us." "Very true. But there are many things I really might do, which I really won't do; and one of them is to disappoint Lady Geraldine." "Hang Lady Geraldine! At least, not if she is a friend of yours. But I wish she had invited you at any other time." "I think you have now made quite enough fuss about my going away. I am flattered, Mr. Hoskyn, and feel how poignantly you will all miss me. So let us drop the subject." "When shall I see you again, then?" "Really, I do not know. I hope I shall have the pleasure of meeting you next season. Until then I shall probably be lost to view in Windsor." "If you mean that we may meet at dances and that sort of thing, we are likely never to meet at all, for I never go to them." "Then you had better take lessons in dancing, and change your habits." "Not I. It is bad enough to be made a fool of by you without making one of myself." Mary grew nervous. "I think we are going back to the old subject," she said. "No. I was thinking of something else. Miss Sutherland." Here he suddenly raised his voice, which broke, and compelled him to pause and clear his throat. "Miss Sutherland, I hope I am not going to bungle this business by being too hasty, too precipitate, as it were. But if you are really going away, would you mind telling me first whether you have any objection to think over becoming Mrs. Hoskyn? Just to think over it, you know." "Are you serious?" said Mary, incredulously. "Of course I am. You don't suppose I would say such a thing in jest?" Mary, discomfited, privately deplored her womanly disability to make friends with a man without being proposed to. "I think we had better drop this subject too, Mr. Hoskyn," she replied. Then, recovering her courage, she added, "Of all the arrangements you have proposed, I think this is the most injudicious. We will drop it if you like. I am in no hurry — at least I mean that I don't wish to hurry you. But you will think it over, won't you?" "Had you not better think it over yourself, Mr. Hoskyn?" "I have thought it over. Let me see. I guess I saw you first about 21 days and 2 hours ago. Well, I have been thinking over it constantly all that time." "Think better of it." "I will. The more I think of it, the better I think of it. And if you will only say yes, I shan't think the worse of it in this world. Tell me one thing, Miss Sutherland. Did you ever know me make a mistake yet?" "Not in the 22 days and 1 hour's experience of you." 21 days and 2 hours. Well, I am not making a mistake now. Don't concern yourself about my prospects: stick to your own. If you can hit it off with me, depend upon it, my family affairs are settled to my satisfaction forever. What do you think?" "I still think we had better abandon the subject." "For the present?" "Forever, if you please, Mr. Hoskyn." "Forever is a long word. I've been too abrupt. But you can turn the matter over in your mind whilst you are amusing yourself in Devonshire. There is no use in bothering yourself about it now, when we are all separating. Hush! Here's Nanny." Mary was prevented by the entrance of Mrs. Phipson from distinctly refusing Mr. Hoskyn's proposal. He, during the rest of the day, seemed to have regained his usual good spirits, and chatted with Mary without embarrassment, although he contrived not to be left alone with her. When she retired for the night, he had a short conversation with his sister, who asked whether he had said anything to Mary. "Yes." "What did she say?" "She didn't say much. She was rather floored. I knew I was beginning too soon. We agreed to let the matter stand over. But I expect it will be all right." "What on earth do you mean by agreeing to let the matter stand over? Did she say yes or no?" "She did not jump at me. In fact, she said no. But she didn't mean it." "Hoity toity! I wonder whom she would consider good enough for her. She may refuse once too often." "She won't refuse me. Though if she does, I don't see why you should lose your temper on that score, since you have always maintained that I had no chance." "I am not losing my temper. I knew perfectly well that she would refuse, but I think she may go further and fare worse." She hasn't refused. And now you mind what I am telling you, Nanny. Not a word to her on the subject. Hold your tongue. And don't pretend to know anything about my plans. Do you hear?" "You need not make such a to do about it, Johnny. I don't want to speak to her. I am sure I don't care whether she marries you or not." "So much the better. If you give her a hint about going further and faring worse, I know you would like to. It is all up with me." Mary heard no more about Mr. Hoskyn's suit just then. She left Cavendish Square next day, and went with Lady Geraldine to the south west of Devonshire, where Sir John Porter owned a large white house with a Doric portico, standing in a park surrounded by wooded hills. Mary began sketching on the third day, in spite of her former resolution to discontinue the practice. Lady Geraldine was too busy recovering the management of her house and dairy farm after her season's absence to interfere with the occupation of her guest; but at the end of a week she remarked one evening with a sigh, "No more solitude for us, Mary. Sir John is coming to morrow. He is bringing Mr. Conolly as a pioneer of the invading army of autumn visitors. Since Sir John became a director of the Electro Motor Company, he has become bent on having everything here done by electricity. We shall have a couple of electro motors harnessed to the pony phaeton shortly." "Mr. Conolly is coming on business, then?" "Of course he is coming to pay a visit and make a holiday; but he will incidentally take notes of how the place can be most inconveniently upset with his machinery." "You are not glad that he is coming?" "I am indifferent. So many people come here in the autumn whom I don't care for, that I have become hardened to the labour of entertaining them. I like to have young people about me. Sir John, of course, has to do with men of business and politicians, and he invites them all to run down for a fortnight in the off season. So they run down; and it is seldom by any means possible to wind them up for conversational purposes until they go away again." "Mr. Conolly never seems to require winding up. Don't you like him?" "He never seems to require anything, and it is partly for that reason that I don't like him. I have no fault to find with him, that is another reason, I think. Since I met him I have become ever so much more tolerant of human frailty. I respect the brute, but I don't like him." This Mr. Conolly was known to Mary as a man who, having been an obscure workman, had suddenly become famous as the inventor of something called an electro motor, by which he had made much money. He had then married a highly born young lady, celebrated in society for her beauty. Not long afterwards she had eloped with a gentleman of her own rank, whom she had known all her life. Conolly had thereupon divorced her, and resumed his bachelor life, displaying so little concern that many who knew her had since regarded him with mistrust and dislike, feeling that he was not the man to make a home for a young woman accustomed to the tenderest consideration and most chivalrous courtesy in her father's set. Even women, whose sympathy he would not keep in countenance by any pretence of broken heartedness, had taken his wife's part so far as to say that he ought never to have married her. Mary had heard this much of his history in the course of gossip, and had met him a few times in society in London. "I don't dislike him," she said, in reply to Lady Geraldine's last remark; "but he is an unanswerable sort of person, and I doubt if it would make the slightest difference to him whether the whole world hated or loved him." "Just so. Can anything be more unamiable? Such a man ought to be a judge or an executioner." "After all, he is only a man, and he must have some feeling," said Mary. "If he has, he ought to show it," said Lady Geraldine. A servant just then entered with letters which had come by the evening mail. There were some from Mary, among them one addressed in a rapid business hand which she did not recognize. She opened them absently, thinking that a little experience of Herbert and Jack would soon remove Lady Geraldine's objection to Conolly's power of self control. Then she read the letters. One was from Miss Cairns, who was at a hydropathic establishment in Derbyshire. Another was from her father, who was glad she had arrived safely at Devonshire, hoped she would enjoy herself, was sure that the country air would benefit her health, and had nothing more to say at present, but would write soon again. The third letter, a long one in a strange hand, roused her attention. Langham Hotel, London West, 10th August. Dear Miss Sutherland, I have returned for a few days from Trouville, where I left Nanny and the children comfortably settled. I was recalled by a telegram from our head office; and now that my business there is transacted, I have nothing to do except lounge around this great barrack of a hotel until I take it into my head to go back to Trouville. I miss Cavendish Square greatly. 3 or 4 times a day I find myself preparing to go there, forgetting that there is nobody in the house, unless Nanny has left the cat to starve, as she did 2 years ago. You cannot imagine how lonely I find London. The hotel is full of Americans, and I have scraped acquaintance with most of them, but I am none the livelier for that. Somebody or something has left a hole in this metropolis that all the Americans alive cannot fill. To night after dinner I felt especially dull. There are no plays worth seeing at this season, and even if there were, it is no pleasure to me to go to the theatre by myself. I have got out of the way of doing so lately, and I don't feel as if I could ever get into it again. So I thought that writing to you would pass the time as pleasantly as anything. You remember, I hope, a certain conversation we had on the 2nd instant. I agreed not to return to the subject until you came back from Lady Porter's; but I was so flurried by having to speak to you sooner than I intended, that I have been doubtful ever since whether I put it to you in the right way. I am afraid I was rather vague; and though it does not do to be too businesslike on such occasions, still you have a right to know to a fraction what my proposal means. I know you are too sensible to suppose that I am going into particulars from want of the good old fashioned sentiment which ought to be the main point in all such matters, or by way of offering you an additional inducement. If you had only yourself to look to, I think I should have pluck enough to ask you to shut your eyes and open your mouth so far as money is concerned. But when other interested parties who may come on the scene hereafter are to be considered, it is not only allowable, but right, to go into figures. There are just 4 points as I reckon it. 1. I am 35 years of age, and have no person depending on me for support. 2. I can arrange matters so that if anything happens to me, you shall have a permanent income of £500 per annum. 3. I can afford to spend 1,000 a year at present without crippling myself. 4. These figures are calculated at a percentage off the minimum, and far understate what I may reasonably expect my resources to be in the course of a few years. I won't go any closer into money matters with you, because I feel that bargaining would be out of place between us. You may trust me that you shall want for nothing, if. I wish you would help me over that if. We got along very well together in July, at least I thought so, and you seemed to think so too. Our tastes fit in together to a T. You have genius, and I admire it. If I had it myself, I should be jealous of you, don't you see? As it is, the more you sing and read and paint and play, the better pleased am I, though I don't say that I would not be writing this letter all the same if you didn't know B flat from a bull's foot. If you will just for this once screw up your courage and say yes, I undertake on my part that you shall never regret it. An early answer will shorten my suspense. Not that I want you to write without taking plenty of time for consideration; but just remember that it will appear 100% longer to me than to you. Hoping you will excuse me if I have been unreasonable in following up my wishes, I am, dear Miss Sutherland, most sincerely yours, John Hoskyn. Mary thrust the letter back into its envelope, and knit her brows. Lady Geraldine watched her, pretending meanwhile to be occupied with her own correspondence. Do you know any of Mrs. Phipson's family?" said Mary slowly, after some minutes. No," replied Lady Geraldine, somewhat contemptuously. Then, recollecting that Mrs. Phipson's daughter was Mary's sister in law, she added, there are brothers in Australia and Columbia who are very rich, and the youngest is a friend of Sir John's. He's in the Conolly Company, and is said to be a shrewd man of business. They all were, I believe. Then there were 2 sisters, Sarah and Lizzie Hoskyn. I can remember Lizzie when she was exactly like your brother Dick's wife. She married a great Cornhill goldsmith in her first season. Altogether they are a wonderful family, making money, marrying money, putting each other in the way of making and marrying more, and falling on their feet everywhere." Are they the sort of people you like?" What do you mean by that, my dear?" I think I mean what I say," said Mary, laughing. But do you think, for example, that Mrs. Phipson's brothers and sisters are ladies and gentlemen?" Whether Dick's wife's aunts or uncles are ladies and gentlemen, eh?" Never mind about Dick. I have a reason for asking." "Well, then, I think it must be sufficiently obvious to everybody that they are not what used to be called ladies and gentlemen. But what has that to do with it? Rich middle class tradespeople have had their own way in society and in everything else as long as I can remember. Even if we could go back to the ladies and gentlemen now, we could not stand them. Look at the county set here: either vapid people with affected manners, or pig headed people with no manners at all. Each set seems the worst until you try another." "I quite agree with you. I mean about the Hoskins," said Mary, and she changed the subject. But at bedtime, when she bade Lady Geraldine good night, she handed her Hoskins' letter, saying, "Read that, and tell me to morrow what you think of it." Lady Geraldine read the letter in bed, and lay awake thinking of it for half an hour later than usual. In the morning, Mary, before leaving her room, received a note. It ran: "Sir John will come by the 3 train. We can chat afterwards, when he and Mr. Conolly are settled here and off my mind. G.P." Mary understood from this that she was not to approach the subject of Mr. Hoskyn until Lady Geraldine invited her. At breakfast no allusion was made to him, except that once when they chanced to look at one another they laughed. But Lady Geraldine immediately afterwards became graver than usual, and began to talk about the dairy farm. At 3 o'clock Sir John, heavy, double chinned, and white haired, arrived with a younger man in a grey suit. "Well, Mr. Conolly," said Sir John, as they passed under the Doric portico, "here we are at last." "At home," said Conolly, contentedly. Lady Geraldine, who was there to welcome them, looked at him quickly, her hospitality gratified by the word. Then the thought of what he had made of his own home hardened her heart against him. Her habitual candid manner and abundance of shrewd comment forsook her in his presence. She was silent and scrupulously polite; and by that Mary and Sir John knew that she was under the constraint of strong dislike to her guest. CHAPTER XV. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter XIV, Part II, of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter XIV, Part II. Later in the afternoon, Conolly asked permission to visit the farm, and inquired whether there was any running water in the neighborhood. Sir John proposed to accompany him, but he declined, on the ground that a prospecting engineer was the worst of bad company. When he was gone, Lady Geraldine's bosom heaved with relief. She recovered her spirits, and presently followed Sir John to the library, where they had a long conversation together. Having concluded it to her satisfaction, she was leaving the room when Sir John, who was seated at a writing table, coughed and said mildly, "My dear." Lady Geraldine closed the door again and turned to listen. "I was thinking as we came down together," said Sir John slowly, smiling and combing his beard with his fingers, "that perhaps he might take a fancy that way." "Who?" "Conolly, my dear." "Stuff!" said Lady Geraldine sharply. Sir John smiled in deprecation. "At least," she added, repenting, "I mean that he is married already." "But he is free to marry again." "Besides, he is not a gentleman." "Well," said Sir John, good humoredly, "I think we agreed just now that that did not matter." "Yes, in Hoskyn's case." "Just so. Now Conolly is a man of greater culture than Hoskyn. Of course it is only a notion of mine; and I dare say you are quite right if you disapprove of it. But since Mary is a girl with nice tastes, for art and so forth, I thought that perhaps she might not suit a thorough man of business. Hoskyn is only an Americanized commercial traveller." "Conolly is an American too; but that has nothing to do with it. Conolly treated his wife badly. That is enough for me. I am certain he would make any woman miserable." "If he really did " "But, dear," interrupted Lady Geraldine, with restrained impatience, "don't you know he did? Everybody knows it." Sir John shrugged himself placidly. "They say so," he said. "I am afraid he was not all that he should have been to her. She was a charming creature, great beauty, and I thought great rectitude. Dear me, you were right as usual, Joldy. It would not suit." Lady Geraldine left the library, and went to dress for dinner, disturbed by the possibility which Sir John had suggested. At dinner she watched Conolly, and observed that he conversed chiefly with Mary, and seemed to know more than she on all her favorite subjects. Afterwards, when they were in the drawing room, Mary asked him whether he played the piano. As he replied in the affirmative, Lady Geraldine was compelled to ask him to favor her with a performance. At their request he played some of Jack's music, much more calmly and accurately than Jack himself played it. Then he made Mary sing, and was struck by her declamatory style, which jarred Lady Geraldine's nerves nearly as much as it had Mrs. Phipson's. He next sang himself, Mary accompanying him, and at first soothed Lady Geraldine by his rich baritone voice, and then roused her suspicions by singing a serenade with great expression, which she privately set down as a cold-blooded hypocrisy on his part. She at last persuaded herself that he was deliberately trying to engage the affections of Mary, with the intention of making her his second wife. Afterwards he went out with Sir John, who often smoked cigars after dinner in the portico, and was fond of having a companion on such occasions. Thank goodness," said Lady Geraldine. Bluebeard has gone, and we can have our chat at last." Why Bluebeard?" said Mary, laughing. His beard is auburn. Has he been married more than once?" No; but mark my words, he will marry at least half a dozen times; and he will kill all his wives, unless they run away from him, as poor Marian did. However, so long as he does not marry us, he can do as he likes. The question of the day is, what are you going to say to Mr. John Hoskyn?" Oh," said Mary, her face clouding, let Mr. John Hoskyn wait. I wish he were in America." And why?" said Lady Geraldine in an obstinate tone. Because I want to enjoy my visit here, and not be worried by his proposals." You can answer him in 5 minutes, and then enjoy your visit as much as if he actually were in America." That is true, except that it will take much longer than 5 minutes to devise a letter that will not hurt his feelings too much." I could write a sensible letter for you that would not hurt his feelings at all." Will you? I shall be so much obliged. I hate refusing people." Mary: I hope you are not going to be foolish about this offer." Do you mean," said Mary, astonished, that you advise me to accept it?" Most decidedly." But you said last night that he was not even a gentleman." Oh, a gentleman! Nonsense! What is a gentleman? Who is a gentleman nowadays? Is Mr. Conolly, with whom you seem so well pleased?" Mary opened her eyes widely. A gentleman, or Mr. Jack?" Do you not consider Mr. Herbert a gentleman?" Yes, I grant you that. I forgot him. But I only conclude from your experience of him that a mere gentleman would not do for you at all. Do you dislike Mr. Hoskyn?" No; but then I do not absolutely dislike any man; and I know nearly 100." Is there anyone whom you like better?" No. Of course I am speaking only of people whom I could marry. Still, that is not saying much. If I heard that he was leaving the country forever, I should be rather relieved than otherwise." Yes, my dear. I know it is very annoying to be forced to make up one's mind; but you will gain nothing by putting it off. I have been speaking to Sir John about Mr. Hoskyn; and everything he has told me is satisfactory in the highest degree." I am sure of it. Respectable, well off, rising, devotedly attached to me, calculates his figures at a percentage off the minimum, and so forth." Mary," said Lady Geraldine gravely: have I mentioned even one of those points to you?" No," said Mary, taken a little aback. But what other light can you see him in?" In the best of all lights — that of a comfortable husband. I am in dread for you lest your notions of high art should make you do something foolish. When you have had as much experience as I, you will know that genius no more qualifies a man to be a husband than good looks, or fine manners, or noble birth, or anything else out of a story book." But want of genius is still less a qualification. Genius, Mary, is a positive disqualification. Geniuses are morbid, intolerant, easily offended, sleeplessly self-conscious men who expect their wives to be angels with no further business in life than to pet and worship their husbands. Even at the best they are not comfortable men to live with; and a perfect husband is one who is perfectly comfortable to live with. Look at the matter practically. Do you suppose, you foolish child, that I am a bit less happy because Sir John does not know a Raphael from a Redgrave? and would accept the last waltz cheerfully as a genuine something or other by Bach in B minor? Our tastes are quite different. And, to confess the truth, I was no more romantically in love with him when we were married than you are at present with Mr. Hoskyn. Yet where will you find such a modern Darby and Joan as we are? You hear Belle Saunders complaining that she has nothing in common with her husband. What cant! As if any two beings living in the same world must not have more things in common than not, especially a husband and wife living in the same house, on the same income, and owning the same children. Why, I have something in common with Macalister, the gardener. I can find you a warning as well as an example. I knew Mr. Conolly's wife very well before she was married. She was a woman of whom it was impossible to believe anything bad. In an evil hour she met Conolly at a charity concert where they had both promised to sing. Of course he sang as if he was all softness and gentleness, much as he did just now, probably. Then there was a charming romance. She, like you, was fond of books, pictures, and music. He knew all about them. She was very honest and candid, he a statue of probity. He was a genius too, and his fame was a novelty then. Everybody talked of him. Never was there such an auspicious match. She was the only woman in England worthy of him; he the only man worthy of her. Well, she married him in spite of the patent fact that with all his genius he is a most uncomfortable person. She endured him for 2 years, and then ran away with an arrogant blockhead who had nothing to recommend him to her except an imposing appearance and an extreme unlikeness to her husband. She has never been heard of since. If she had married a domestic man like Hoskyn, she would have been a happy wife and mother to day. But she was like you. She thought that taking a husband was the same as engaging a gentleman to talk art criticism with. I think I had better advertise, wanted, a comfortable husband. Applicants need not be handsome, as the lady is short sighted." Sounds very prosaic, Lady Geraldine." It is prosaic. I told you once before that the world is not a stage for you to play the heroine on. Like all young people, you want an exalted motive for every step you take." I confess I do. However, you have forgotten to apply your argument to Mr. Hoskyn's case. If people with artistic tastes are all uncomfortable, I must be uncomfortable; and that is not fair to him." No matter: he is in love with you. Besides, you are not artistic enough to be uncomfortable. You have been your father's housekeeper too long." And you really advise me to marry Mr. Hoskyn?" Lady Geraldine hesitated. I think you can hardly expect me to take the responsibility of directly advising you to marry any man. It is one of the things that people must do for themselves. But I certainly advise you not to be deterred from marrying him by any supposed incompatibility in your tastes, or by his not being a man of genius." I wonder, would Mr. Conolly marry me?" Marry!" It was an unmaidenly remark," said Mary, laughing. It is undignified for a sensible girl to play at being silly, Mary. I hope you have no serious intention beneath your jesting. If you have, I shall be very sorry indeed for having allowed Mr. Conolly to meet you here." Not the slightest, I assure you. Why, Lady Geraldine, you look quite alarmed." I do not trust Mr. Conolly much. Marian Lind was infatuated by him; and another woman may share her fate, unless she happens to share my feeling towards him, in which case she may be regarded as perfectly safe. He is a dangerous subject. Let us leave him, and come back to our main business. Is Mr. Hoskyn to be made happy or not?" I don't want to marry at all. Let him have Miss Cairns: she would suit him exactly." Well, if you don't want to marry at all, my dear, there is an end of it. I have said all I can. You must decide for yourself." Mary, perceiving that Lady Geraldine felt offended, was about to make a soothing speech, when she heard a chair move, and looking up, saw that Conolly was in the room. Do I disturb you?" he said. Not at all," said Lady Geraldine with dignity, looking at him rather severely, and wondering how long he had been there. We were discussing sociology," said Mary. Ah," said he serenely. And have you arrived at any important generalizations?" Most important ones." What about, if I may ask?" About marriage." Lady Geraldine stamped hastily on Mary's foot, and looked reproachfully at her. Mary felt her color deepen; but she faced him boldly. And have you come to the usual conclusions?" he said, sitting down near them. What are the usual conclusions?" said Mary. That marriage is a mistake; that men who surrender their liberty and women who surrender their independence are fools; that children are a nuisance, and so forth." We have not come to any such conclusions. We rather started in with the assumption that marriage is a necessary evil, and were debating how to make the best of it." On which point you differed, of course." Why of course?" Because Lady Geraldine is married and you are not. Can I help you to arrive at a compromise? I am peculiarly fitted for the task because I am not married, and yet I have been married." Lady Geraldine, who had turned her chair so as to avert her face from him, looked round. Disregarding this mute protest, he continued, addressing Mary. Will you tell me the point at issue?" It is not so very important," said Mary, a little confused. We were only exchanging a few casual remarks. A question arose as to whether the best men make the best husbands. I mean the cleverest men — men of genius, for instance. Lady Geraldine said no. She maintains that a good natured blockhead makes a far better husband than a Caesar or a Shakespeare." Did you say that?" said Conolly to Lady Geraldine with a smile. No," she replied, almost uncivilly. Blockheads are never good natured. At best they are only lazy. I said that a man might be a very good husband without any special culture in the arts and sciences. Mary seemed to think that any person who understands as much of painting as an artist is a person who sympathizes with that artist, and therefore a suitable match for her or him. I disagree with her. I believe that community of taste for art has just as much to do with matrimonial happiness as community of taste for geography or roast mutton, and no more." And no more," repeated Conolly. You are quite right. Heroes are ill adapted to domestic purposes. That is what you mean, is it not? Perhaps Miss Sutherland will be content with nothing less than a hero." No," said Mary. But I will never admit that a man is not the better for being a hero. According to you, he is the worse. I heartily despise a woman who marries a fool in order that she may be comfortably despotic in her own house. I do not make absolute heroism an indispensable condition. I do not know exactly what heroism means. But I think a man may reasonably be expected to be free from vulgar prejudices against the efforts of artists to make life beautiful, and to have so disciplined himself that his wife can always depend on his self control and moral rectitude. It must be terrible to live in constant dread of childish explosions of temper from one's husband, or to fear at every crisis that he will not act like a man of sense and honor." Conolly looked at her curiously, and then, with an intent deliberation which gave the fullest emphasis to his words, leaned a little towards her with his hands on his knees, and said, Did you ever live with a person whose temper was imperturbable? Who never hesitated to apply his principles, and never swerved from acting as they dictated? One who, whatever he might be to himself, was to you so void of the petty jealousies, irritabilities, and superstitions of ordinary men, that as far as you understood his view of life, you could calculate upon his correct behavior beforehand in every crisis with as much certainty as upon the striking of a clock?" No," said Lady Geraldine emphatically, before Mary could reply. And I should not like to, either." You are always right," said Conolly. Yet such a person would fulfil Miss Sutherland's conditions. Like Hamlet," he continued, turning to Mary, you want a man that is not passion's slave. I hope you may never get him; for I assure you, you will not like him. He would make an excellent god, but a most unpleasant man, and an unbearable husband. What could you be to a wholly self sufficient man? Affection would be a superfluity with which you would be ashamed to trouble him. I once knew a lady whom I thought the most beautiful, the most accomplished, and the most honest of her sex. This lady met a man who had learned to stand alone in the world, a hard lesson, but one that is relentlessly forced on every sensitive but unlovable boy who has his own way to make, and who knows that, outside himself, there is no God to help him. This man had realized all that is humanly possible in your ideal of a self disciplined man. The lady was young, and, unlike Lady Geraldine, not wise. Instead of avoiding his imperturbable self sufficiency, she admired it, loved it, and married it. She found in her husband all that you demand. She never had reason to dread his temper or to doubt his sense and honor. He needed no petting, no counsel, no support. He had no vulgar prejudices against art, and indeed was fonder of it than she was. What she felt about him I can only conjecture; but I know that she ceased to love him, whilst around her thousands of wives were clinging fondly to husbands who bullied and beat them, to fools, savages, drunkards, knaves, passion slaves of many patterns, but all weak enough to need caresses and forgiveness occasionally. Eventually she left him. And it served him right, for this model husband, who had never forfeited his wife's esteem, or tried her forbearance by word or deed, had led her to believe that he would be as happy without her as with her. A man who is complete in himself needs no wife. If you value your happiness, seek for someone who needs you, who begs for you, and who, because loneliness is death to him, will never cease to need you. Have I made myself clear?" Yes," said Mary. I think I understand, though I do not say I agree." Sir John came in just then, opportunely enough; and he found Conolly quite willing to talk about the projects of the company, although the ladies were thereby excluded from any part or interest in the conversation. Mary took the opportunity to slip away, unnoticed save by her hostess. When Conolly's attention was released by Sir John going to the library for some papers, he found himself alone with Lady Geraldine. "Mr. Conolly," said Lady Geraldine, overcoming with obvious effort her reluctance to speak to him, "although you were of course not aware of it, you chose a most unfortunate moment for explaining your views to Miss Sutherland. There are circumstances which render it very undesirable that her judgment should be biassed against marriage just at present." "I hardly follow you," said Conolly, with a benignant self possession which made Lady Geraldine privately quail. "Are you opposed to the suit of Mr. Hoskyn?" She looked at him in consternation. "I see you are surprised by my knowledge of Miss Sutherland's affairs," he continued. "But that only convinces me that you do not know Mr. Hoskyn. In business matters he can sometimes keep a secret. In personal matters he is indiscretion personified. Everybody in Queen Victoria Street, from the messenger to the chairman, is informed of the state of his affections." "But why, if you knew this, did you talk as you did?" "Because," said he, smiling at her impatience, "I did not then know that you disapproved of his proposal." "Mr. Conolly," said Lady Geraldine, trying to speak politely, "I don't disapprove of it." "Then we are somehow at cross purposes. I, too, approve; and as Hoskyn is not, to my knowledge, likely to be a hero in the eyes of a young lady of Miss Sutherland's culture, I ventured to warn her that he might be all the better qualified to make her happy." "I told her so myself. But if you want to encourage a young girl to marry, surely it is not a very judicious thing to give such a bad account of your own married life." "Of my own married life?" "I mean," said Lady Geraldine, coloring deeply, "of your own experience of married life — what you have observed in others." She stopped, feeling that this was a paltry evasion, and added, "I beg your pardon. I fear I have made a very painful blunder." "No. An allusion to my marriage — from you — does not pain me. I know your sympathies are not with me; and I am pleased to think that they are therefore where they are most needed and deserved. As to Miss Sutherland, I do not think that what I said will have the effect you fear. In any case, my words are beyond recall. If she refuses Mr. Hoskyn, I shall bear the blame. If she accepts him, I will claim to have been your ally." "She would be angry if she knew that you were aware, all the time you were talking, of her position." "Angry with me, yes. That does not matter. But if she knew that Mr. Hoskyn had told me, she would be angry with him; and that would matter very much." Before Lady Geraldine could reply, her husband returned; and Conolly withdrew shortly afterwards for the night. Next day Mary received from Hoskyn a second letter begging her to postpone her answer until he had seen her, as he had now become convinced that such matters ought to be conducted personally instead of by writing. As soon as he had ascertained which hotel was the nearest to Sir John's house, he would, he wrote, put up there, and ask Mary to contrive one long interview. She was not to mention his presence to Lady Geraldine, lest she should think he expected to be asked on a visit. Mary immediately made Lady Geraldine promise that he should not be asked on a visit, and then, to avoid the threatened interview, made up her mind and wrote to him as follows: "Dear Mr. Hoskyn, I shall not give you the trouble of coming down here to urge what you so frankly proposed in your first letter. I trust it will relieve your anxiety to learn that I have decided to accept your offer. However, as the position we are now in is one that we could not properly maintain whilst visiting at the house of a friend, I beg that you will give up all idea of seeing me until I leave Devonshire. My social duties here are so heavy that I can hardly, without seeming rude, absent myself to write a long letter. I suppose you will go back to Trouville until we all return to London. I am, dear Mr. Hoskyn, yours sincerely, Mary Sutherland. Mary composed this letter with difficulty, and submitted it to Lady Geraldine, who said, It is not very loving. That about your social duties is a fib; and you want him to go to Trouville because he cannot write so often." I can do no better," said Mary. But you are right. I will burn it and write him another, refusing him point blank. That will be the shortest." No, thank you. This will do very well." And Lady Geraldine closed it with her own hands, and sent it to the post. Later in the afternoon Mary said, I am exceedingly sorry I sent that letter. I have found out my real mind about Mr. Hoskyn at last. I detest him." Lady Geraldine only laughed at her. CHAPTER XV. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 1. One evening the concert room in St. James's Hall was crowded with people waiting to hear the first public performance of a work by Mr. Owen Jack entitled Prometheus Unbound. It wanted but a minute to 8 o'clock. The stalls were filling rapidly; the choristers were already in their seats; and there was a din of tuning from the band. Not far from the orchestra sat Mr. John Hoskyn, with a solemn air of being prepared for the worst, and carefully finished at the tie, gloves, and hair. Next him was his wife, in a Venetian dress of garnet colored plush. Her black hair was gathered upon her neck by a knot of deep sea green, and her dark eyes peered through lenses framed in massive gold. On the foremost side bench, still nearer to the orchestra, was a young lady with a beautiful and intelligent face. She was more delicately shaped than Mrs. Hoskyn, and was dressed in white. Her neighbors pointed her out to one another as a Szympliga, but she was now Mrs. Adrian Herbert. Her husband was with her, and his regular features seemed no less refined and more thoughtful than those of his wife. Mrs. Hoskyn looked at him earnestly for some time. Then she turned as though to look at her husband, but she checked herself in this movement, and directed her attention to the entry of Manlius. I have counted the band," whispered Hoskyn, and it's 85 strong. They can't give them much less than 7 and 6 apiece for the night, which makes £32 all but half a crown, without counting the singers." Nonsense," said Mary, after looking round apprehensively to see whether her husband's remark had been overheard. £5 apiece would be nearer the Hush!" The music had just begun; and Hoskyn had to confine his repudiation of Mary's estimate to an emphatic shake of the head. The overture, anxiously conducted by Manlius, who was very nervous, lasted nearly half an hour. When it was over there was silence for some moments, then faint applause, then sounds of disapproval, then sufficient applause to overpower these, and finally a buzz of conversation. A popular baritone singer, looking very uncomfortable, rose to carry on his part of a dialogue between Prometheus and the earth, which was the next number of the work. The chorus singers also rose, and fixed their eyes stolidly but desperately on the conductor, who hardly ventured to look at them. The dialogue commenced; but the attention of the audience was presently diverted from it by the appearance of Jack himself, who was seen to cross the room with an angry countenance and go out. The conclusion of the dialogue was followed by an unbroken silence, in the midst of which the popular baritone sat down with an air of relief. I find that the music is beginning to grow upon me," said Mrs. Hoskyn. Do you?" said Hoskyn. I wish it would grow quicker." I'm only joking," he added, seeing that she was disappointed. It's splendid. I wish I knew enough about it to like it; but I can see that it has the real classical style. When those brass things come in, it's magnificent." Two eminent songstresses now came forward as Asia and Panthea, and the audience prepared themselves for the relief of a pretty duet. But Asia and Panthea sang as strangely as Prometheus, in spite of which they gained some slow, uncertain, grudging applause. The Race of the Hours, which followed, was of great length, progressing from a lugubrious midnight hour in E flat minor to a sunrise in A major, and culminating with a jubilant clangor of orchestra and chorus which astounded the audience and elicited a partly hysterical mixture of hand clapping and protesting hisses. How stupid these people are!" exclaimed Mrs. Adrian Herbert. What imbecility! They do not know that it is good music. Heaven! I must confess that to my ear there is not a note of music in it," said Adrian. Is it possible?" said Aur^lie. But it is superb, splendid." It is ear splitting," said Adrian. Your ears are hardier than mine, perhaps. I hope we shall hear some melody in the next part by way of variety." Without doubt we shall. It is a work full of melody." Herbert was confirmed in his opinion by the final number, entitled Antiphony of the Earth and Moon," which was listened to in respectful bewilderment by the audience, and executed with symptoms of exhaustion by the chorus. By George," said Hoskyn, joining heartily in some applause which began in the cheaper seats, that sounded stupendous. I'd like to hear it again." The clapping, though not enthusiastic, was now general, all being good naturedly willing that the composer should be called forward in acknowledgment of his efforts, if not of his success. Jack, who had returned to hear the Race of the Hours, again arose; and those who knew him clapped more loudly, thinking that he was on his way to the orchestra. It proved that he was on his way to the door; for he went out as ungraciously as before. How disappointing," said Mary. He is so hasty." Serves them right," said Hoskyn. I like his pluck. And you may take my word for it, Mary, that is a sterling solid piece of music. It reminds me of the Pacific Railroad." Of course it is. Even you can see that," said Mary, who did not quite see it herself. It is mere professional jealousy that prevents the people here from applauding properly. They are all musicians of some kind or another." They are going to give us 10 minutes' law before they begin again. Let us take a walk round and find what Nanny thinks." Meanwhile Aur^lie was excited and almost in tears. Mr. Phipson had just come up to them, shaking his head sadly. As I feared," he said. As I feared." It is a shame," she said indignantly. A shame unworthy of the English people. Of what use is it to write music for such a world?" It is far above their heads," said Phipson. I told him so." And their insolence is far beneath his feet," said Aur^lie. Oh, it is a scene to plunge an artist in despair." It does not plunge me into despair," said Adrian with quiet conviction. The work has failed; and I venture to say that it deserved to fail." It is unworthy of you to say so," exclaimed Aur^lie passionately, throwing herself back in her seat and turning away from him. Deserved is perhaps a hard word under the circumstances, Mr. Herbert," said Phipson. The work is a very remarkable one, and far beyond the comprehension of the public. Jack has been much too bold. Even our audiences will not listen with patience to movements of such length and complication. I greatly regret what has happened; for the people who are attracted by our concerts are representative of the highest musical culture in England. A work which fails here from its abstruseness has not the ghost of a chance of success elsewhere. Ah, here is Mary." Some introductions followed. Hoskyn shook Adrian's hand cordially, and made a low bow to Aur^lie, whom he stole an occasional glance at, but did not at first venture to address. Aur^lie looked at Mary's dress with wonder. I am greatly annoyed by the way Mr. Jack has been treated," said Mary. An audience of working people could not be more insensible to his genius than the people here have shewn themselves to night." My wife is quite angry with me because I, too, am insensible to the beauties of Mr. Jack's composition," said Herbert. You always were," said Mary. Mr. Hoskyn is delighted with Prometheus." Is Mr. Hoskyn musical?" More so than you, it appears, since he can appreciate Mr. Jack." Phipson then struck in on the merits of the music; and he, Mary, and Adrian, being old friends, fell into conversation together, to the exclusion of the husband and wife so recently added to their circle. Hoskyn, under these circumstances, felt bound to entertain Aur^lie. I consider that we have had a most enjoyable evening," he said. I think there can be no doubt that Jack's music is first rate of its kind." Ah, Monsieur Jacques's music. You find it good?" Very good indeed," said Hoskyn, speaking loudly, as if to a deaf person. Je l'ai trouvé splendide," he added rashly. You are right, monsieur," said Aur^lie, speaking rapidly in French. But it seems to me that there is something unworthy, infamous, in the icy stupidity of these people here. Of what use is it to compose great works when one is but held in contempt because of them? It is necessary to be a trader here in order to have success. Commerce is the ruin of England. It renders the people quite anti-artistic." Je ne puis vous comprendre," murmured Hoskyn. The fact is," he added more boldly, I only dropped a French word to help you out a little; but you mustn't take advantage of that to talk to me out of my native language. I can speak French pretty well; but I never could understand other people speaking it." Ah," said Aur^lie, who listened to his English with strained attention. You understand me not very good. It is like me with English. But in this moment I make much progress. I have lesson every day from Monsieur Herbert." You speak very well. Vous parlez très bien, tout à fait comme un Anglais. Je ne saurais I mean, I should not know from your speaking that you were a foreigner. Un étranger." Vraiment?" cried Aur^lie, greatly pleased. Vraiment," said Hoskyn, nodding emphatically. It is strange. There is only a few months since I know not a word of the English. You see, you knew the universal language before." Comment? La langue universelle?" I mean music. Music," he repeated, seeing her still bewildered. Ah, yes," said Aur^lie, her puzzled expression vanishing. You call music the universal language. It is true. You say very good." It must be easy to learn anything after learning music. Music is so desperately hard. I am sure learning it must make people spiritual, you know." Yes, yes. You observe very justly, monsieur. I am quite of your advice. Understand you?" Parfaitement wang," said Hoskyn, confidently. Here Mary interrupted the conversation by warning her husband that it was time to return to their places. As they did so, she said, You must excuse me for abandoning you to the Szympliga, John. I suppose you could not say a word to one another." Why not? She's a very nice woman; and we got on together splendidly. I always do manage to hit it off with foreigners. However, it was easy enough in her case; for she could speak broken English and couldn't understand it, whereas I could speak French, but couldn't understand the way she talked it. She's evidently not a Frenchwoman. So she spoke to me in English; I answered her in French; and we talked as easily as I talk to you." Meanwhile Adrian could not refrain from commenting on Mary's choice. I wonder why she married that man," he said to Aur^lie. I cannot believe that she would stoop to marry for money; and yet, seeing what he is, it is hard to believe that she loves him." But why?" said Aur^lie. He is a little commercial; but all the English are so. And he is a man of intelligence: he has very choice ideas." You think so, Aur^lie?" Certainly. He has spoken very well to me. I assure you he has a very fine perception of music. It is difficult to understand him, because he does not speak French as well as I speak English; but it is evident that he has reflected much. As for her, she is fortunate to have so good a husband. What an absurd dress she wears! In any other part of the world she would be mocked at as a madwoman. Your scientific Mademoiselle Sutherland is, in my opinion, no great things." Adrian looked at his wife with surprise and with some displeasure; but the music recommenced just then, and the conversation dropped. Some compositions of Mendelssohn were played; and these he applauded emphatically, whilst she sat silent with averted face. When the concert was over, they saw the Hoskyns drive away in a neat carriage; and Herbert, who had never in his bachelor days envied any man the possession of such a luxury, felt sorry that he had to hire a hansom for his wife's accommodation. Adrian had not yet found a suitable permanent residence. They lived on the first floor of a house in the Kensington Road. Aur^lie, who had always left domestic matters to her mother, knew little about housekeeping, and could not be induced to take an interest in house hunting. The landlady at Kensington Road supplied them with food; and Adrian paid a heavy bill every week, Aur^lie exclaiming that the amount was unheard of and the woman wicked, but not taking any steps to introduce a more economical system. They reached their lodging at 12:15, and Adrian, when Aur61ie had gone upstairs, turned out the gas and chained the door, knowing that the rest of the household were in bed. As he followed her up, he heard the pianoforte, and, entering the room, saw her seated at it. She did not look round at him, but continued playing, with her face turned slightly upward and to one side, an attitude habitual to her in her musical moments. He moved uneasily about the room for some time, put aside his overcoat, turned down a jet of gas that flared, and rearranged some trifles on the mantelpiece. Then he said, Is it not rather late for the pianoforte, Aur61ie? It is 12 o'clock; and the people of the house must be asleep." Aur61ie started as if awakened; shrugged her shoulders; closed the instrument softly; and went to an easy chair, in which she sat down wearily. Herbert was dissatisfied with himself for interrupting her, and angry with her for being the cause of his dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, looking at her as she reclined in the chair and seemed again to have forgotten his existence, he became enamored. My darling." Eh?" she said, waking again. Qu'est-ce que c'est?" It has turned rather cold to night. Is it wise to sit in that thin dress when there is no fire?" I do not know." Shall I get you a shawl?" It does not matter. I am not cold." She spoke as if his solicitude only disturbed her. Aur61ie," he said, after a pause, I heard to night that my mother has returned to town." No answer. Aur61ie," he repeated petulantly: are you listening to me?" Yes, I listen." But she did not look at him. I said that my mother was in town. I think we had better call on her." Doubtless you will call on her, if it pleases you to do so. Is she not your mother?" But you will come with me, Aur61ie, will you not?" Never. Never." Not to oblige me, Aur61ie?" It is not the same thing to oblige you as to oblige your mother. I am not married to your mother." Herbert winced. That is a very harsh speech to English ears," he said. I do not speak in English. I speak the language of my heart. Your mother has insulted me; and you were wrong to ask me to go to her. My mother has never offended you; and yet I sent her away because you did not like her, and because it is not the English custom that she should continue with me. I know you did not marry her; and I do not reproach you with harshness because she is separated from me. I will have the like freedom for myself." Aur61ie," cried Herbert, who had been staring during most of her speech, you are most unjust. Have I ever failed in courtesy towards your mother? Did I ever utter a word expressive of dislike to her?" You were towards her as you were towards all the world. You were very kind. I do not say otherwise." In what way can my mother have insulted you? You have never spoken to her; and since a month before our wedding she has been in Scotland." Where she went lest I should speak to her, no doubt. Why did she not speak to me when I last met her? She knew well that I was betrothed to you. She is proud, perhaps. Well, be it so. I also am proud. I am an artist; and queens have given me their hands frankly. Your mother holds that an English lady is above all queens. I hold that an artist is above all ladies. We can live without one another, as we have done hitherto. I do not seek to hinder you from going to her; but I will not go." You mistake my mother's motive altogether. She is not proud in that way. She was angry because I did not allow her to choose a wife for me." Well, she is angry still, no doubt. Of what use is it to anger her further?" She has too much sense to persist in protesting against what is irrevocable. You need not fear a cold welcome, Aur61ie. I will make sure, before I allow you to go, that you shall be properly received." I pray you, Adrian, annoy me no more about your mother. I do not know her; I will not know her. It is her own choice; and she must abide by it. Can you not go to her without me?" Why should I go to her without you?" said Adrian, distressed. Your love is far more precious to me than hers. You know how little tenderness there is between her and me. But family feuds are very objectionable. They are always in bad taste, and often lead to serious consequences. I wish you would for this once sacrifice your personal inclination, and help me to avert a permanent estrangement." Ah, yes," exclaimed Aur61ie, rising indignantly. You will sacrifice my honor to the conventions of your world." It is an exaggeration to speak of such a trifle as affecting your honor. However, I will say no more. I would do much greater things for you than this that you will not do for me, Aur61ie. But then I love you." I do not want you to love me," said Aur61ie, turning towards the door with a shrug. Go and love somebody else. Love Madame Hoskyn, and tell her how badly your wife uses you." Herbert made a step after her. Aur61ie," he said: if I submit to this treatment from you, I shall be the most infatuated slave in England." I cannot help that. And I do not like you when you are a slave. It grows late." Are you going to bed already?" Already! My God, it is half an hour after midnight. You are going mad, I think." I think I am. Aur61ie: tell me the truth honestly now. I cannot bear to discover it by the slow torture of watching you grow colder to me. Do you no longer love me?" Perhaps," she said indifferently. I do not love you to night, that is certain. You have been very tiresome." And she left the room without looking at him. For some moments after her departure he remained motionless. Then he set his lips together, went to a bureau and took some money from it, put on his hat and overcoat, and took a sheet of paper from his desk. But after dipping a pen in the ink several times, he cast it aside without writing anything. As he did so, he saw on the mantelpiece a little brooch which Aur61ie often wore at her throat. He took this up and was about to put it into his pocket, when, giving way to a sudden impulse, he dashed it violently on the hearthstone. He then extinguished the light, and went out. When he had descended one stair, he heard a door above open, and a light footfall on the landing above. He stopped and held his breath. End of Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 1, Part 2 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 1, Part 2. Adrian, my dear, art thou there? What is it? When thou comest, bring me the little volume which lies on the piano. It is red; and my handkerchief is between the pages for a mark. He hesitated a moment; then, saying, Yes, my darling," meekly, he stole back into the drawing room, undid his preparations for flight, got the red book, and went upstairs, where he found his wife in bed, placidly unconscious of his recent proceedings, with the reading lamp casting a halo on her pillow. It was Adrian's habit to rise promptly when the servant knocked at his door at 8 o'clock every morning. Aur61ie, on the contrary, was lazy, and often left her husband to breakfast by himself. On the morning after the concert he rose as usual, and made as much noise as possible in order to wake her. Not succeeding, he retired to his dressing room, and, after a great splashing and rubbing, returned clad in a dressing gown. Aur61ie. A pause during which her regular breathing was audible. Then, more loudly, Aur61ie. She replied by a murmur. He added very loudly and distinctly, It is 20 minutes past 8. She moved a little, and uttered a strange sound, which he did not understand, but recognized as Polish. Then she said drowsily in French, Presently." At once, if you please," he said, putting his hand on her shoulder. Must I shake you?" No, no," she said, rousing herself a little more. Do not shake me, I implore you." Then petulantly, I will not be shaken. I am going to get up. Are there any letters?" I have not been downstairs yet." Go and see." You will be sure not to sleep again?" Yes, yes. I shall be down almost as soon as you. Bring me up the letters if there are any." He returned to his dressing room, finished his toilet, and went downstairs. There were some letters. He looked at them, and went back to Aur61ie. She was fast asleep. Oh, Aur61ie, Aur61ie, really it is too bad. You are asleep again." How you disturb me," she said, opening her eyes, and sighing impatiently. What hour is it?" You may well ask. It is 25 minutes to 9." Is that all?" All! Come, Aur61ie, there are 3 letters for you. 2 are from Vienna." Aur61ie sat up, awake and excited. Quick," she said. Give them to me." I left them downstairs." Oh," said Aur61ie, disgusted. Adrian hurried from the room, lest she should prevail upon him to bring up the letters. He occupied himself with the newspaper for the next 15 minutes, at the end of which she appeared and addressed herself to her correspondence, leaving him to pour out tea for himself and for her. Nothing was said for some time. Then she exclaimed with emphasis, as though in contradiction of what she read, But it is certain that I will go." Go where?" said Adrian, turning pale. To Vienna, to Prague, to Budapesth, my beloved Budapesth." To Vienna?" They are going to give a Schumann concert in Vienna. They want me; and they shall have me. I have a specialty for the music of Schumann. No one in the world can play it as I can; and I long to see my Viennese friends. It is so stupid here." But Aur61ie, I have my work to do. I cannot go abroad at this season of the year." It is not necessary. I did not think of asking you to come. No. My mother will accompany me everywhere. She likes our old mode of life." You mean, in short, to leave me?" he said, looking shocked. My poor Adrian," she said, leaning over to caress him. Wilt thou be desolate without me? But fret not thyself. I will return with much money, and console thee. Music is my destiny, as painting is thine. We shall be parted but a little time." Adrian was pained, but could only look wistfully at her and say, You seem to enjoy the prospect of leaving me, Aur61ie." I am tired of this life. I am forgotten in the world; and others take my place." And will you be happier in Vienna than here?" Assuredly. Else wherefore should I desire to go? When I read in the journals of all the music in which I have no share, I almost die of impatience." And I sometimes, when I am working alone in my studio, almost die of impatience to return to your side." Bah! That is another reason for my going. It is not good for you to be so loving." I fear that is too true, Aur61ie. But will it be good for you to have no one near you who loves you?" Oh, those who love me are everywhere. In Vienna there is a man, a student, 6 feet high, with fair hair, who gets a friend to make me deplorable verses which he pretends are his own. Heaven, how he loves me! At Leipzig there is an old professor, almost as foolish as thou, my Adrian. Ah, yes, I shall not want for lovers anywhere." Aur61ie, are you mad, or cruel, or simply simple, that you say these things to me?" Are you then jealous? Ha, ha! He is jealous of my fair haired student and of my old professor. But fear nothing, my friend. For all these men my mother is a veritable dragon. They fear her more than they fear the devil, in whom indeed they do not believe." If I cannot trust you, Aur61ie, I cannot trust your mother." You say well. And when you do not trust me, you shall never see me again. I was only mocking. But I must start the day after to morrow. You must come with me to Victoria, and see that my luggage is right. I shall not know how to travel without my mother." Until you are in her hands, I will not lose sight of you, my dear treasure," said Adrian tenderly. You will write often to me, will you not, Aur61ie?" I cannot write. You know it, Adrian. Mamma shall write to you: she always has abundance to say. I must practise hard; and I cannot sit down and cramp my fingers with a pen. I will write occasionally: I am sure to want something." Adrian finished his breakfast in silence, glancing at her now and again with a mixture of rapture and despair. And so," he said, when the meal was over, I am to lose you, Aur61ie." Go, go," she replied. I have much preparation to make; and you are in my way. You must paint hard in your studio until very late this evening." I thought of giving myself a holiday, and staying at home with you, dearest, as we are so soon to be separated." Impossible!" cried Aur61ie, alarmed. My God, what a proposition! You must stay away more than ever. I have to practise, and to think of my dresses. I must absolutely be alone." Adrian took up his hat dejectedly. My soul, my life, how I tear thy heart!" she added fondly, taking his face between her hands and kissing him. He went out pained, humiliated, and ecstatically happy. Aur61ie was busy all the morning. Early in the afternoon she placed Schumann's Concerto in A minor on the desk of the pianoforte, arranged her seat before it, and left the room. When she returned, she had changed her dress, and was habited in silk. She bore her slender and upright figure more proudly before her imaginary audience than she usually ventured to do before a real one. And when she had taken her place at the instrument, she played the concerto as she was not always fortunate enough to play it in public. Before she had finished, the door was thrown open; and a servant announced, Mrs. Herbert." Aur61ie started up frowning, and had but just time to regain her thoughtful expression and native distinction of manner when her mother in law entered, looking as imposing as a well bred Englishwoman can without making herself ridiculous. I fear I disturbed you," she said, advancing graciously. Not at all. I am very honored, madam. Please to sit down." Mrs. Herbert had intended to greet her son's wife with a kiss; but Aur61ie, giving her hand with dignified courtesy, was not approachable enough for that. She was not distant, but neither was she cordial. Mrs. Herbert sat down, a little impressed. Is it a long time, madam, that you are in London?" I only arrived the day before yesterday," replied Mrs. Herbert in French, which, like Adrian, she spoke fluently. I am always compelled to pass the winter in Scotland because of my health." The climate of Scotland, then, is softer than that of England. Is it so?" It is perhaps not softer, but it suits me better," said Mrs. Herbert, looking hard at Aur61ie, who was gazing pensively at the fireplace. Your health is, I hope, perfectly re established?" Perfectly, thank you. Are you quite sure I have not interrupted you? I heard you playing as I came in; and I know how annoying a visit is when it interferes with serious employment." I am very content to be entertained by you, madame, instead of studying solitarily." You still study?" Undoubtedly. You are very fond of playing, then?" It is my profession." Since I am Adrian's mother," said Mrs. Herbert, with some emphasis, as if she thought that fact was being overlooked, will you allow me to ask you a question?" Aur61ie bowed. Do you study with a view to resuming your public career at some future time?" Surely. I am going to play next week at Vienna." Mrs. Herbert bent her head in surprised assent to this intelligence. I thought Adrian contemplated your retirement into private life," she said. However, let me hasten to add that I think you have shown great wisdom in overruling him. Will he accompany you abroad?" It is not necessary that he should. I shall travel, as usual, with my mother." Your mother is quite well, I hope?" Quite well, thank you, madam." Then there was a gap in the conversation. Mrs. Herbert felt that she was being treated as a distinguished stranger in her son's house; but she was uncertain whether this was the effect of timidity or the execution of a deliberate design on Aur61ie's part. Inclining to the former opinion, she resolved to make an advance. My dear," she said, may I ask how your friends usually call you?" Since my marriage, my friends usually call me Madame Szczympliga." I could not call you that," interposed Mrs. Herbert, smiling. I could not pronounce it." It is incorrect, of course," continued Aur61ie, without responding to the smile. But it is customary for artists to retain after marriage the name by which they have been known. I intend to do so. My English acquaintances call me Mrs. Herbert." But what is your Christian name?" Aur61ie. But that is only used by my husband and my mother, and by a few others who are dear to me." Well," said Mrs. Herbert, with some impatience, as it is quite impossible for me to address you as Mrs. Herbert, I must really ask you to let me call you Aur61ie." Whatever is customary, madam," said Aur61ie, bending her head submissively. You know far better than I." Mrs. Herbert watched her in silence after this, wondering whether she was a knave or fool, whether to attack or encourage her. You enjoyed your voyage in Scotland, I hope," said Aur61ie, dutifully making conversation for her guest. Very much indeed. But I grow a little tired of it, and shall probably remain in London now until August. When may I expect to see you at my house?" You are very good, madame. I am very sensible of your kindness. But " Mrs. Herbert looked up quickly. I set out immediately for Vienna, whence I go to Leipzig and many other cities. I shall not be at my own disposal again for a long time." Mrs. Herbert reflected for a moment, and then rose. Aur61ie rose also. Adieu," said Mrs. Herbert suavely, offering her hand. Adieu, madame," said Aur61ie, saluting her with earnest courtesy. Then Mrs. Herbert withdrew. On reaching the street, she hailed a hansom, and drove to her son's studio in the Fulham Road. She found him at his easel, working more rapidly and less attentively than in the old days. How d'ye do, mother?" he said. Sit down on the throne." The throne was a chair elevated on a platform for the accommodation of live models. We should have gone to see you; but Aur61ie is going abroad. She has not a moment to spare." No, Adrian, that is precisely what you should not have done, though doubtless you might have done it. It was my duty to call upon your wife first; and I have accordingly just come from your house." Indeed!" said Adrian eagerly, and a little anxiously. Did you see Aur^lie?" I saw Aur^lie." Well, what do you think of her?" I think her manners perfect, and her dress and appearance above criticism." And was there — did you get on well together?" Your wife is a lady, Adrian; and I am a lady. Under such circumstances there is no room for unpleasantness of any kind. It is quite understood, though unexpressed, that I shall not present myself at your house again, and that your wife's engagements will prevent her from returning my visit." Mother: are you serious?" Quite serious, Adrian. I have come on here to ask you whether your wife merely carries out your wishes, or whether she prefers for herself not to cultivate acquaintances in your family." Pshaw! You must have taken some imaginary offence." Is that the most direct and sensible answer you can think of?" There is no lack of sense in the supposition that Aur^lie, being a foreigner, may not understand the English etiquette for the occasion. You may have mistaken her. Even you are fallible, mother." I have already told you that your wife's manners are perfect. If you assume that my judgment is not to be relied on, there is no use in our talking to one another at all. What I wish to know is this. Admitting for the sake of avoiding argument that I am right in my view of the matter, did your wife behave as she did by your orders, or of her own free will?" Most certainly not by my orders," said Adrian angrily. I am not in the habit of giving her orders. If I were, they should not be of that nature. If Aur^lie treated you with politeness, I do not see what more you had any right to expect. She admired you greatly when she first saw you; but I know she was hurt by your avoidance of her after our engagement became known, even when you were in the same room with her. She has not the least right to feel aggrieved on that account. It was your business to have introduced her to me as the lady you intended to marry." I did not feel encouraged to do so by what had passed between us on the subject," said Adrian coldly. Well, we need not go over that again. I merely wish to ask you whether you expect me to make any further concessions. You have lately acquired a habit of accusing me of various shortcomings in my duty to you; and I do not wish you to impute any estrangement between your wife and me to my neglect. I have called on her; and she did not ask me to call again. I endeavored to treat her as one of my family: she politely insisted on the most distant acquaintanceship. I asked her to call on me; and she excused herself. Could I have done more?" I think you might, in the first instance." Can I do more now?" You can answer that yourself better than I can." I fear so, since you seem unable to give me a straightforward or civil answer. However, if you have nothing to suggest, please let it be understood in future that I was perfectly willing to receive your wife; that I made the usual advances; and that they came to nothing through her action, not through mine." Very well, though I do not think the point will excite much interest in the world." Thank you, Adrian. I think I will go now. I hope you treat your wife in a more manly and considerate way than you have begun to treat me of late." She does not complain, mother; and I never intended to treat you inconsiderately. But you sometimes attack me in a fashion which paralyses my constant wish to conciliate you. I am sorry you have not succeeded better with Aur^lie." So am I. I did not think she was long enough married to have lost the wish to please you. Perhaps, though, she thought she would please you best by holding aloof from me." You are full of unjust suspicion. The fact is just the contrary. She knows that I have a horror of estrangements in families." Then she does not study very hard to please you." Adrian reddened and was silent. And you? Are you still as infatuated as you were last year?" Yes," said Adrian defiantly, with his cheeks burning. I love her more than ever. I am longing to be at home with her at this moment. When she goes away, I shall be miserable. Of all the lies invented by people who never felt love, the lie of marriage extinguishing love is the falsest, as it is the most worldly and cynical." Mrs. Herbert looked at him in surprise and doubt. You are an extraordinary boy," she said. Why then do you not go with her to the Continent?" She does not wish me to," said Herbert shortly, averting his face and pretending to resume his work. Indeed," said Mrs. Herbert. And you will not cross her even in that?" She is quite right to wish me to stay here. I should only be wasting time, and I should be out of place at a string of concerts. I will stay behind if I can." If you can?" Yes, mother, if I can. But I believe I shall rejoin her before she is absent a week. I may have been an indifferent son, and I know I am a bad husband; but I am the most infatuated lover in the world." Yet you say you are a bad husband?" Not to her. But I fall short in my duty to myself." Mrs. Herbert laughed. Do not let that trouble you," she said. Time will cure you of that fault, if it exists anywhere but in your imagination. I never knew a man who failed in taking care of himself. Goodbye, Adrian." Goodbye, mother." What an ass I am to speak of my feelings to her," he said to himself when she was gone. Well, well. At least if she does not understand them, she does not pretend to do so. No, she has not sympathy enough for that. She did not even ask to see my pictures. That would have hurt me once. At present I have exchanged the burden of disliking my mother for the heavier one of loving my wife." He sighed, and resumed his work in spite of the fading light. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, Part 1. One moonlit night, in an empty street in Paris, a door suddenly opened, and 3 persons were thrust violently out with much scuffling and cursing. One of them was a woman, elegantly dressed, but flushed with drink and excitement. The others were a loose jointed, large boned, fair young Englishman of about 18 or 20, and a slim Frenchman with pointed black moustaches and a vicious expression. The Englishman, like the woman, was heated and intoxicated. His companion was angry, but had not lost his self-control. The moment they passed the threshold, the door was slammed, and the younger man, without heeding the torrent of foul utterance to which the woman promptly betook herself, began kicking the panels furiously. "Bah!" said the woman, recovering herself with a shrill laugh. "Come, Anatole." And she drew away her compatriot, who was watching the door‐kicking process derisively. "Hello!" shouted the Englishman, hurrying after them. "Hello, you! This lady stays with me, if you please. I should think that she has had about enough of you, you damned blackleg, since she has been pitched out of a gambling hell on your account. You had better clear out unless you want your neck broken, and if you were anything like a fair match for me, I'd break it as soon as look at you." "What does he say, Nata?" whispered the Frenchman, keeping his eye on the other as if he guessed his meaning. The woman, with an insolent snap of her fingers, made a perfunctory translation of as much of the Englishman's speech as she understood. "Look you, little one," said the Frenchman, advancing to within a certain distance of his adversary, "the night air is not good for you. I would counsel you to go home and put yourself to bed, lest that I should have to give your nurse the trouble of carrying you thither." "You advise me to go to bed, do you? I'll let you see all about that," retorted the young man, posing himself clumsily in the attitude of an English pugilist, and breathing scorn at his opponent. Anatole instantly dealt him a kick beneath the nose which made him stagger. The pain of it was so intolerable that he raised his right hand to his mouth. The moment he thus uncovered his body, the Frenchman turned swiftly, and looking back at his adversary over his shoulder, lashed out his toe with the vigour of a colt, and sent it into the pit of the young man's stomach, flinging him into the roadway supine, breathless, and all but insensible. "Ha!" said Anatole, panting after this double feat. "Per Lot! So much for thy English boxer, Nata." "Cramatin! What a devil thou art, Anatole! Come, let us save ourselves." A minute later the street was again as quiet and, except for the motionless body in the roadway, as solitary as before. Presently a vehicle entered from a side street. It was a close carriage like an English brougham, and contained 1 passenger, a lady with a white woolen shawl wrapped about her head, and an opera cloak over her rich dress. She was leaning back in a deep reverie when the horse stopped so suddenly that she was thrown forward, and the coachman uttered a warning cry. Recovering herself, she looked out of the window, and saw, with a sickening sensation, a man stagger out on his hands and knees from between the horse's feet, and then roll over on his back with a long groaning sigh. My God!" exclaimed the lady, hastily opening the carriage door and alighting. Bring me one of the lamps. It is a young gentleman. Pray God he be not dead." The coachman reluctantly descended from his box and approached with a lamp. The lady looked at him impatiently, expecting him to lift the insensible stranger; but he only looked down dubiously at him, and kept aloof. Can you not rouse him, or help him to stand up?" she said indignantly. I am not such a fool as that," said the man. Better not meddle with him. It is an affair for the police." The lady pouted scornfully, and stooped over the sufferer, who lifted his eyes feebly. Seeing her face, he opened his eyes widely and quickly, looking up at her with wonder, and raising his hand appealingly. She caught it without hesitation, and said anxiously: "You are better now, monsieur, are you not? I hope you are not seriously hurt." "What's the matter?" said the young man indistinctly. "Are you hurt?" she repeated in English. "Not at all," he replied with drunken joviality. Then he attempted to laugh, but immediately winced, and after a few plunges staggered to his feet. The coachman recoiled, but the lady did not move. "Where is he?" he continued, looking round. "Yah! You'll kick, will you? Come out, you coward! Come out and show yourself. Yah, kick and then run away and hide. I'll slog the kicking out of you. Will you face me with your fists like a man?" He uttered the last sentence with a sudden accession of fury, and menaced the coachman, who retreated. The stranger struck at him, but the blow, reaching nothing, swung the striker round until he was face to face with the lady, whom he contemplated with astonishment. "I beg your pardon," he said, subsiding into humbleness. "I really beg your pardon. A fellow gave me a fearful kick in the face, and I hardly know where I am yet. 'Pon my soul," he added with foolish glee, "it's the most 'strordinary thing. Where's he gone?" "Of whom do you speak?" said the lady in French. Je parlais d'un polisson qui m'a donné un affreux coup de pied under the nose. J'ai un grand désir d'enfoncer ce lâche maudit." "Oh, unhappily, monsieur, it was my horse that hurt you. I am in despair." "No, no. I tell you it was a fellow named Anatole, a card sharper. If I ever catch him again, I'll teach him the English version of the savate. I'll kick him from one end of Paris to the other." As he spoke he reeled against the carriage, and as the horse stirred uneasily, clutched at the door to save himself from falling. "Madame," said the coachman, who had been looking anxiously for the approach of the police, "do you not see that this is a sot? Better leave him to himself." "I am not drunk," said the young man earnestly. "I have been drinking; but upon my solemn word I am not drunk. I have been attacked and knocked about the head, and I feel very queer. I can't remember how you came here exactly, though I remember your picking me up. I hope you won't leave me." The lady, moved by his boyish appearance and the ingenuous faith with which he made this appeal, was much perplexed, pitying, but not knowing what to do with him. "Where do you live?" she said. "I will drive you home with pleasure." He became very red. "Thanks awfully," he said. "But the fact is I don't live anywhere in particular. I must go to some hotel. You are very kind; but I won't trouble you any further. I am all right now." But he was evidently not all right; for after standing a moment away from the carriage, shamefacedly waiting for the lady to reply, he sat down hastily on the curbstone, and added, after panting a little, "You must excuse me, Mrs. Herbert. I can't stand very well yet. You had better leave me here. I shall pick myself up presently." "Tiens, tiens, tiens! You seem to know me, monsieur. I too recollect your face, but not your name." "Everybody knows you. You may have seen me at Mrs. Phipson's in London. I've been there when you were there. But really you'd better drive on. This house is a gambling den, and the people may come out at any minute. Don't let your carriage be seen stopping here." "But I hardly like to leave you here, alone and hurt." "Never mind, it serves me right. Besides, I'd rather you'd leave me. I would indeed." She turned reluctantly towards the carriage, put her foot on the step, and looked back. He was gazing wistfully after her. "But it is inhuman!" she exclaimed, returning. "Come, monsieur, I dare not leave you in such a condition. It is the fault of my horse. I will bring you where you shall be taken care of until you are restored."
It's awfully good of you," he murmured, rising unsteadily and making his way to the carriage door, which he held whilst she got in. He followed, and was about to place himself bashfully on the front seat, when the coachman, ill humoredly using his whip, started the vehicle and upset him into the vacant space next Aur61ie. He muttered an imprecation, and sat bolt upright for a moment. Then, sinking back against the cushion and moving his hand until it touched her dress, he said drowsily, It's really most awfully good of you," and fell asleep. He was roused by a shaking which made his head ache. An old and ugly woman held him by one shoulder, and the coachman, cursing him for a besotted pig, was about to drag him out by the other. He started up and got out of the carriage, the two roughly saving him from stumbling forward. In spite of his protests that he could walk alone, they pulled him indoors between them. He struggled to free himself, but the woman was too strong for him. He was dragged ignominiously into a decent room, where a sofa had been prepared for him with a couple of rugs and a woman's shawl. Here he was forced to lie down and bidden to be quiet until the doctor came. The coachman, with a parting curse, then withdrew; and his voice, deferentially pitched, was audible as he reported what he had done to the lady without. There was another person speaking also; but she spoke in a tone of vehement remonstrance, and in a strange language. Look here, ma'am," said the young man from the sofa. You needn't trouble sending for a doctor. There's nothing the matter with me." Silence, great sot," chattered the old woman. I've other things to do than to listen to thy gibberish. Lay thyself down this instant." Will I, by Jove!" he said, kicking off the rug and sitting up. Can you buy soda water anywhere at this hour?" Ah, ingrate! Is it thus that thou obeyest the noble lady who succored thee? Fie!" What is the matter, madame?" said Aur61ie, entering. I was only asking her not to send for a doctor. I have no bones broken; and a doctor is no use. Please don't fetch one. If I could have a little plain water, or even soda water to drink, I should be all right." Whilst he was speaking, an old lady appeared behind Aur61ie. She seemed to suffer from a severe cold; for she had tied up her face in a red handkerchief, which gave her a grim aspect as she looked resentfully at him. I shall bring you some drink," said Aur61ie quietly. Mamma," she added, turning to the older lady, pray return to your bed. Your face will be swollen again if you stand in the draught. I have but to get this young gentleman what he asks for." The young gentleman has no business here," said the lady. You are imprudent, Aur61ie, and frightfully self willed." She then disappeared. The stranger reddened, and attempted to rise; but Aur61ie, also blushing, quieted him by a gesture, whilst the old woman shook her fist at him. Aur61ie then left the room, promising to return, and leaving him alone with the woman, who seized the opportunity to recommence her reproaches, which were too voluble to be intelligible to the English ears of the patient. You may just as well hold your tongue," he said, as she paused at last for a reply, for I don't understand a word you say." Say then, coquin," repeated the woman, what wert thou doing in the roadway there when thou gottest beneath the horse's feet?"
Je m'étais évanoui.
How? Oh, I understand. But why? What brought thee to such a pass?"
N'importe. C'est pas convenable pour une jeune femme d'entendre de pareilles choses.
That ought to fetch you, if you can understand it." Ah, thou mockest me. Knowest thou, profligate, that thou art in my apartment, and that I have the right to throw thee out through the door if I please? Eh?"
Votre discours se fait très pénible, ma mère. Voulez-vous avoir la bonté de shut up?"
What does that mean?" said the woman, checked by the unknown verb. Oh, you are talking too much," said Aur61ie, returning with some soda water. You must not encourage him to speak, madame." He needs little encouragement," said the old woman. You are far too good for him, mademoiselle." How do you feel now, monsieur? Better, I hope." Thanks very much. I feel quite happy. I have something to shew you. Just wait a Here he twisted himself round upon his elbow, and after some struggling with the rug and his coat, pulled from his breast pocket some old letters, which presently slipped from his hand and were scattered on the floor. Sot!" cried the old woman, darting at them, and angrily pushing back the hand with which he was groping for them. Here, put them up again. What has madame to do with thy letters, thinkst thou?" Don't you be in a hurry, Mrs. Jones," he retorted confidently, beginning to fumble at the letters. Where the I'll take my oath I had it this Oh, here it is. Did you ever see him before?" he asked triumphantly, handing a photograph to Aur^lie. Tiens, it is Adrian," she exclaimed. My husband," she added to the old woman, who received the explanation sardonically. Are you then a friend of Monsieur Herbert?" I have known him since I was a boy," said the youth. Aur^lie smiled: she thought him a boy still. But this was only taken last week," she said. I have only just received a copy for myself. Did he send it to you?" My sister sent it to me. I suppose you know who I am now." No, truly, monsieur. I have seen you certainly; but I cannot recall your name." You've seen me at Phipson's talking to Mr. Jack. Can't you guess?" Aur^lie shook her head. The old woman, curious, but unable to follow a conversation carried on by one party in French and by the other in English, muttered impatiently, What gibberish! It is a horror." The youth looked shyly at Aur^lie. Then, as if struck by a new thought, he said, My name is Beatty." Aur^lie bowed. Yes," she said. I have assuredly heard my husband speak of that name. I am greatly troubled to think that your misfortune should have been brought about by my carriage. Madame, Monsieur Beatty will need a pillow. Will you do me the kindness to bring one from my room?" Monsieur Beatty began to protest that he would prefer to remain as he was. But he was checked by a gesture from the woman, who silently pointed to a pillow which was in readiness on a chair. Ah, true. Thank you," said Aur^lie. Now let me see. Yes, he had better have my little gong in case he should become worse in the night, and need to summon help. It is on my dressing table, I believe." The old woman looked hard at Aur^lie for a moment, and withdrew slowly. Now that that lady is gone," said the patient, blushing, I want to tell you how grateful I am for the way you have helped me. If you knew what I felt when I opened my eyes as I lay there on the stones, and saw your face looking down at me, you would feel sure, without being told, that I am ready to do anything to prove my gratitude. I wish I could die for you. Not that that would be much; for my life is not worth a straw to me or anyone else. I am old enough to be tired of it." Young enough to be tired of it, you mean," said Aur^lie, laughing, but pleased by his earnestness. Well, I do not doubt that you are very grateful. How did you come under my carriage? Were you really knocked down; or did you only dream it?" I was really knocked down. I can't tell you how it came about. It served me right; for I was where I had no business to be — in bad company." Ah," said Aur^lie gravely, approaching him with the pillow, you must not do so any more if we are to remain friends." I will never do so again, so help me God," he protested. You have cured me of all taste for that sort of thing." Raise yourself for one moment — so," said Aur^lie, stooping over him and placing the pillow beneath his head. His color rose as he looked up at her. Then, as she was in the act of withdrawing, he uttered a stifled exclamation; threw his arm about her, and pressing his lips to her cheek, was about to kiss her, when he fell back with a sharp groan, and lay bathed in perspiration, and flinching from the pain of his wounded face. Aur^lie, astonished and outraged, stood erect and regarded him indignantly. Ah," she said, that was an unworthy act. You, whom I have succored, my husband's friend. My God! Is it possible that an English gentleman can be so base?" Curse the fellow!" cried the young man, writhing and shedding tears of pain. Give me something to stop this agony — some chloroform or something. Send for a doctor. I shall go mad. Oh, Lord!" You deserve it well," said Aur^lie. Come, monsieur, control yourself. This is childish." As he subsided, exhausted, and only fetching a deep sigh at intervals, she relented and called the old woman, who seemed to have been waiting outside; for she came at once. He has hurt his wound," said Aur^lie in an undertone. What can we do for him?" The woman shrugged herself, and had nothing to suggest. Let him make the best of it," she said. I can do nothing for him." CHAPTER III. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book II, Chapter II, Part II of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter II, Part II. They stood by the sofa and watched him for some time in silence. At last he opened his eyes, and began to appear more at his ease. Would you like to drink something?" said Aur^lie coldly. Yes." Give him some soda water," she said to the old woman. Never mind," he said, speaking indistinctly in his effort to avoid stirring his upper lip. I don't want anything. The cartilage of my nose is frightfully tender; but the pain is going off." It is now very late; and I must retire, monsieur. Can we do anything further to ensure your comfort?" Nothing, thank you." Aur^lie turned to go. Mrs. Herbert " She paused. I suppose no one could behave worse than I have. Never mind my speaking before the old lady. She doesn't understand me. I wish you would forgive me. I have been severely punished. You cannot even imagine the torture I have undergone in the last 10 minutes." If you regret your conduct as you ought," began Aur^lie severely. I am ashamed of it, and of myself; and I will try hard to be sorry. In fact, I am very sorry I was disappointed. I should be more than mortal if I felt otherwise; but I will never do such a thing again." Adieu, monsieur," said Aur^lie coldly. I shall not see you again, as you will be gone before I am abroad to morrow." And she left the room with a gravity that quelled him. What hast thou been doing now, rogue?" said the old woman, preparing to follow Aur^lie. What is it thou shouldst regret?" By way of reply he leered at her, and stretched out his arms invitingly. Thou shalt go out from my house to morrow," she said threateningly, and went out, taking the lamp with her. He laughed, and composed himself for sleep. But he was thirsty and restless, and his face began to pain him continuously. The moon was still shining, and by its light he rose and prowled about softly in his stockings, prying into drawers and chiffoniers, and bringing portable objects to the window where he could see them better. When he had examined everything, he sparred at the mantelpiece, and imagined himself taking vengeance on Anatole. At last, having finished the soda water, he lay down again, and slept uneasily until 6 o'clock, when he rose and looked at himself in a mirror. His hair was dishevelled and dusty, his lip discolored, his eyes were inflamed; but the thought of rubbing his soiled face with a towel, or even touching it with water, made him wince. Seeing that he was unpresentable, and being sober enough to judge of his last night's conduct, he resolved to make off before any of the household were astir. Accordingly, he made himself as clean as he could without hurting himself. From his vest pockets, which contained 14 francs, an English half crown, a latch key, a lead pencil, and a return ticket to Charing Cross, he took 10 francs and left them on the table, with a scrap of paper inscribed Pour la belle propriétaire, hommage du misérable Anglaise. Then, after some hesitation, he wrote on another scrap, which he directed to Aur^lie, as follows: I hope you will forgive me for behaving like an unmitigated cad last night. As I was not sober, and had had my sense almost knocked out of me by a foul blow, I was hardly accountable for what I was doing. I can never repay your kindness, nor expiate my own ingratitude. But please do not say anything about me to Mr. Herbert, as you would get me into no end of trouble by doing so. I am running away early, because I should be ashamed to look you in the face, now that I have recovered my senses. Yours most gratefully. He took several minutes to consider how he should sign this note. Eventually he put the initial C only. After draining the soda water bottle of the few flat and sickly drops he had left in it the night before, he left the room and crept downstairs, where he succeeded in letting himself out without alarming the household. The empty street looked white and spacious in the morning sun; and the young man, first looking round to see that no one was at hand to misinterpret his movements, took to his heels and ran until he turned a corner and saw a policeman, who seemed half disposed to arrest him on suspicion. Escaping this danger, he went on until he found a small eating house where some workmen were breakfasting. Here he procured a cheap but plentiful meal, and was directed to the railway station, whither he immediately hastened. A train had just arrived as he entered. As he stood for a moment to watch the passengers coming out, a hand was laid gently on his arm. He turned and confronted Adrian Herbert, who looked at him with a quiet smile. Well, Charlie," he said, so this is Hounslow, is it? What particular branch of engineering are you studying here?" Who told you I was at Hounslow?" said Charlie, with a grin. Your father, whom I met yesterday at Mrs. Hoskyn's. He told me that you were working very hard at engineering with a tutor. I am sorry to see that your exertions have quite knocked you up." On the contrary, somebody else's exertions have knocked me down. No, I ran over here a few days ago for a little change. Of course I didn't mention it to the governor: he thinks Paris a sink of iniquity. You needn't mention it to him either, unless you like." I hope I am too discreet for that. Did you know that Mrs. Herbert is in Paris?" Is she? No, I didn't know it. I thought she was with you in Kensington. I hope you will have a good time here." Thank you. How long do you intend to stay?" Oh, I am going back directly. If I don't get a train soon, I shall starve; for I have only 2 or 3 francs left to keep me in sandwiches during the voyage." Draw on me if you are inconvenienced." Thanks," said Charlie, coloring, but I can get on well enough with what I have. At least, if you could spare me 5 francs. Thanks awfully. I have run a rig rather this time; for I owe Mary £5 already on the strength of this trip. It is a mistake coming to Paris. I wish I had stayed at home." Well, at least you have had some experience for your money. What has happened to your lip? Is it a bruise?" Yes, I got a toss. It's nothing. I'm awfully obliged to you for " Not at all. Have you breakfasted yet? What, already? You are an early bird. I was thinking of asking you to breakfast with me. I do not wish to disturb my wife too early, and so will have to kill time for a while. By the bye, have you ever been introduced to her?" No," said Charlie hastily; but nothing would induce me to face her in this trim. I know I look a perfect blackguard. I can't wash my face; and I have got a blue and green spot right here," touching the hollow of his chest, "which would make me screech if anyone rubbed me with a brush. In fact, I shall take it as a particular favor if you won't mention to her that you have met me. Not that it matters much, of course; but still." Very well, I shall not breathe a word of it to anyone. Goodbye." Charlie shook his hand; and they parted. Now, thought Charlie, looking after him with a grin, and jingling the borrowed money in his pocket, if his wife will only hold her tongue, I shall be all right. I wish she was my wife. And heaving a sigh, he walked slowly away to inquire about the trains. Herbert breakfasted alone. When his appetite was appeased, he sat trying to read, and looking repeatedly at his watch. He had resolved not to seek his wife until 10 o'clock; but he had miscalculated his patience; and he soon convinced himself that 9:30, or even 9, would be more convenient. Eventually he arrived at 10 minutes to 9, and found Madame Szczympliga alone at table, in an old crimson bedgown, with her hair as her pillow had left it. Monsieur Adrian," she exclaimed, much discomposed. Ah, you take us by surprise. I had but just stepped in to make coffee for the little one. She will be enchanted to see you; and I also." Do not let me disturb you. I have breakfasted already. Is Aur^lie up?" She will be here immediately. How delighted she will be! Are you quite well?" Not badly, madame. And you?" I have suffered frightfully with my face. Last night I was unable to go to the concert with Aur^lie. It is a great misfortune for me, this neuralgia." I am very sorry. It is indeed a terrible affliction. Are you quite sure that Aur^lie is not fast asleep?" I have made her coffee, mon cher; and I know her too well to do that before she is afoot. Trust me, she will be here in a moment. I hope it is nothing wrong that has brought you to Paris." Oh no. I wanted a little change; and when you came so near, I determined to run over and meet you. You have been all round Europe since I last saw you." Ah, what successes, Monsieur Adrian! You cannot figure to yourself how she was received at Budapest. And at Leipzig too. It was — behold her." Aur^lie stopped on the threshold, and regarded Adrian with successive expressions of surprise, protest, and resignation. He advanced and kissed her cheek gently, longing to clasp her in his arms, but restrained by the presence of her mother. Aur^lie paused on her way to the table just long enough to suffer this greeting, and then sat down, exclaiming, I knew it. I knew it from that last letter. Oh, thou silly one! Could not Mrs. Hoskyn console thee for yet another week?" How indifferent she is," said Madame Szczympliga. She is glad at heart to see you, Mr. Adrian." Now, this interference of his mother in law, though made with amiable intention, irritated Herbert. He smiled politely, and turned a little away from her and towards Aur^lie. And so you have had nothing but triumphs since we parted," he said, gazing fondly at her. What do you know of my triumphs?" she said, raising her head. You only care for the tunes that one whistles in the streets. At Prague I turned the world upside down with Monsieur Jacques's fantasia. How long do you intend to stay here?" Until you can return with me, of course." A whole week! You will be tired of your life, unless you go to the Louvre or some such stupidity, and paint." I shall be content, Aur^lie, never fear. Perhaps you will grow a little tired of me." Oh no, I shall be too busy for that. I have to practise, and to attend rehearsals, and concerts, and private engagements. Oh, I shall not have time to think of you." Private engagements? Do you mean playing at private houses?" Yes. This afternoon I play at the reception of the Princess. What is she called, mamma?" It does not matter what she is called," said Herbert. Surely you are not paid for playing on such occasions." What! You do not suppose that I play for nothing for people whom I do not know, whose very names I forget? No, I play willingly for my friends or for the poor; but if the great world wishes to hear me, it must pay. Why do you look so shocked? Would you, then, decorate the saloon of the Princess with pictures for nothing, if she asked you? It is not exactly the same thing — at least the world does not think so, Aur^lie. I do not like the thought of you going into society as a hired entertainer." Aur^lie shrugged herself. I must go for some reason," she said. If they did not pay me, I should not go at all. It is an artist's business to do such things." My dear Mr. Adrian," said Madame Szczympliga, she is always the most honored guest. The most distinguished persons crowd about her; and the most beautiful women are deserted for her. It is always a veritable little court that she holds." It is as I thought," said Aur^lie. You came across the Channel only to quarrel with me." Herbert attempted to protest; but she went on without heeding him. Mamma, have you finished your breakfast?" Yes, my child." Then go; and put off that terrible robe of thine. Leave us to ourselves. If we must quarrel, there is no reason why you should be distressed by our bickerings." I hope you are not really running away from me," said Herbert, politely accompanying Madame Szczympliga to the door, and opening it for her. No, no, mon cher," she replied with a sigh. I must do as I am bidden. I grow old; and she becomes a greater tyrant daily to all about her." Now, malcontent," said Aur^lie, when the door was closed, proceed with thy reproaches. How many thousand things hast thou to complain of? Let us hear how sad it has made thee to think that I have been happy and successful, and that thou hast not once been able to cast my happiness back in my — Heaven! Wouldst thou eat me, Adrian?" He was straining her to his breast, and kissing her vehemently. You are right," he said breathlessly. Love is altogether selfish. Every fresh account of your triumphs only redoubled my longing to have you back with me again. You do not know what I suffered during all these weary weeks. I lived in my studio, and tried to paint you out of my head; but I could not paint you out of my heart. My work, which once seemed a wider and greater thing than my mind could contain, was only a wearisome trade to me. I rehearsed imaginary versions of our next meeting for hours together, whilst my picture hung forgotten before me. I made 100 sketches of you, and, in my rage at their badness, destroyed them as fast as I made them. In the evenings, I either wandered about the streets thinking of you, or went to see Mrs. Hoskyn." Who told you that?" said Herbert, discomfited. Ah," cried Aur^lie, laughing, almost crowing with delight. I guessed it. Oh, that poor Monsieur Hoskyn! And me also. Is this thy fidelity? This the end of all thy thoughts of me?" I wish your jealousy were real," said Herbert, with a sort of desperation. I believe you would not care if I had gone to Mrs. Hoskyn as her lover. Why did I go to her? Simply because she was the only friend I had who would listen patiently whilst I spoke endlessly of you — she, whose esteem I risked, and whose respect I fear I lost for your sake. But I have ceased to respect myself now, Aur^lie. It is my misfortune to love you so much that you make light of me for being so infatuated." Well," said Aur^lie soothingly, you must try and not love me so much. I will help you as much as I can by making myself very disagreeable. I am far too indulgent to you, Adrian." You hurt me sometimes very keenly, Aur^lie, though you do not intend it. But I have never loved you less for that. I fear your plan would make me worse." Ah, I see. You want to be made love to, and cured in that way." I am afraid I should go mad then, Aur^lie." I will not try. I think you are very injudicious to care so much for love. To me it is the most stupid thing in the world. I prefer music. No matter, my cherished one. I am very fond of thee in spite of thy follies. Art thou not my husband? Now I must make an end here and go to practice." Never mind practising this morning, Aur^lie. Let us talk." Why, have we not already talked? No, when I miss my little half hour of seeking for my fine touch, I play as all the world plays; and that is not just to myself or to the princess, who pays me more than she pays the others. One must be honest, Adrian. There, your face is clouded again. You are ashamed of me." It is because I am so proud of you that I shrink from the thought of your talent being marketed. Let us change the subject. Have you met any of our friends in Paris?" Not one. I have not heard an English voice since we came here. But I must not stop to gossip." She took his hand, pressed it for an instant against her bosom, and left the room. Herbert, troubled by the effort to enjoy fully the delight this caress gave him, sat down for a moment, panting. When he was calmer, he took his hat and went downstairs, intending to take a stroll in the sunshine. He was arrested at the door of one of the lower rooms by the porter's wife, who held in her shaking hand some money and a scrap of paper, the sight of which seemed to frenzy her, for she was railing volubly at some person unknown to Adrian. He looked at her with some curiosity, and was about to pass on, when she stepped before him. Look you, monsieur," she said. Be so good as to tell madame that my house is not a hospital for sots; and tell your friend, he whose nose someone has righteously crushed, that he had better take good care not to come see me again. I will make him a bad quarter of an hour if he does." My friend, madame?" said Herbert, alarmed by her shrewishness. Your wife's friend, then, whom she brings home drunk in her carriage at midnight, and who kicks my sofa to pieces, and makes shameless advances to me beneath my husband's roof, and flies like a thief in the night, leaving for me this insult." And she held out the scrap of paper to Adrian. "With 10 francs. What is 10 francs to me?" Adrian, bewildered, looked unintelligently at the message. Come you, monsieur, and see for yourself that I speak truly," she continued, bringing him by a gesture into the room. See there! My sofa ripped up and soiled with his heels. See madame's fine rug trampled on the floor. See the pillow which she put under his wicked head with her own hands." What are you talking about?" said Adrian sternly. For whom do you take me?" Are you not Monsieur Herbert?" Yes. Yes, I should think so. Well, Monsieur Herbert, it is your dear friend, who carries your portrait next his heart, who has treated me thus." Really," said Adrian, I do not understand you. You speak of me, of my wife, of some friend of mine with my portrait, and the nose of him crushed, all in a breath. What do you mean? As you know, I only arrived here this morning." Truly, monsieur, you have arrived a day after the fair. All I tell you is that madame came home last night with a drunken robber, a young English sprig, who slept here. He has run away, and heaven knows what he has taken with him. He leaves me this money and this note to mock me because I scorned his vile seductions. Behold the table where he left it." End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book 2, Chapter 2, Part 3 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 2, Part 3. Adrian, hardly venturing to understand the woman, looked upon the table and saw a note which had escaped her attention. She, following his glance, exclaimed, What? Another?" It is addressed to my wife," said Adrian, taking it, and losing color as he did so. Doubtless it contains an explanation of his conduct. I recognize the handwriting as that of a young friend of mine. Did you hear his name?" It was an English name. English names are all alike to me." Did he call himself Sutherland?" Yes, it was like that. Quite English." It is all right then. He is but a foolish boy, the brother of an old friend of mine." Truly a strong boy for his years. He is your old friend, of course. It is always so. Ah, monsieur, if I were one to talk and make mischief, I could Thank you," said Adrian, interrupting her firmly. I can hear the rest from Madame Herbert, if there is anything else to hear." And he left the room. On the landing without, he saw Madame Szczympliga, who, overlooking him, addressed herself angrily to the old woman. Why is this noise made?" she demanded. How is it possible for Mademoiselle to practise with this hurly-burly in her ears?" And why should I not make a noise," retorted the woman, when I am insulted in my own house by the friends of Madame " What is the matter?" cried a voice from above. The woman became silent, as if struck dumb. And for a moment there was no sound except the light descending footfall of Aur^lie. What is the matter?" she repeated as she came into their view. Nothing at all," muttered the old woman sulkily, glancing apprehensively at Adrian. You make a very great noise about nothing at all," said Aur^lie coolly, pausing with her hand on the balustrade. Have you quite done? And may I now practise in peace?" I am sorry to have disturbed you," said the woman apologetically, but still grumbling. I was speaking to Monsieur." Monsieur must either go out or come upstairs and read the journals quietly," said Aur^lie. I will come upstairs," said Adrian, in a tone that made her look at him with momentary curiosity. The old woman meanwhile retreated into her apartment; and Madame Szczympliga, who had listened submissively to her daughter, disappeared also. Aur^lie, on returning to the room in which she practised, found herself once more alone with Adrian. Oh, it is a troublesome woman," she said. All proprietresses are so. I should like to live in a palace with silent black slaves to come and go when I clap my hands. She has spoiled my practice; and you seem quite put out." Aur^lie, I met Mrs. Hoskyn's brother at the railway station this morning." Really! I thought he was in India." I mean her younger brother." Ah, I did not know that she had another." Herbert looked aghast at her. She had spoken carelessly, and was brushing some specks of dust from the keyboard of the pianoforte, as to the cleanliness of which she was always fastidious. He did not tell me that he had seen you, Aur^lie," he said, controlling himself. Under the circumstances, I thought that rather strange. He even affected some surprise when I mentioned that you were in Paris." She forgot the keyboard, and looked at him with wonder and some amusement. You thought it very strange?" she said. What are you dreaming of? What else should he say, since he never saw me, nor I him, in our lives, except at a concert? Have I not said that I did not even know of his existence until you told me?" Aur^lie!" he exclaimed in a strange voice, turning pallid. She also changed color; came to him quickly, and caught his arm, saying, Heaven! What is the matter with thee?" Aur^lie," he said, recovering his self control, and disengaging himself quietly from her hold, pray be serious. Why should you, even in jest, deceive me about Sutherland? If he has done anything wrong, I will not blame you for it." She retreated a step, and slowly raised her hand and poised herself in a haughtier attitude. You speak of deceit!" she said. Then, shaking her finger at him, she added indignantly, Ah, take care, Adrian, take care." Do you mean to tell me," he said sternly, that you have not made the acquaintance of Sutherland here?" I do tell you so; and it seems to me that you do not believe me." And that he has not passed the night here." Oh!" she cried, and shrank a little. Aur^lie," he said, with a menacing expression which so disfigured and debased his face that she involuntarily recoiled and covered her eyes with her hands, I have never before opened a letter addressed to you; but I will do so now. There are occasions when confidence is mere infatuation; and it is time, I fear, to shew you that my infatuation is not so blind as you suppose. This note was left for you this morning, under circumstances which have been explained to me by the woman downstairs." A silence followed whilst he opened the note and read it. Then, looking up, and finding her looking at him quite calmly, he said sadly, There is nothing in it that you need be ashamed of, Aur^lie. You might have told me the truth. It is in the handwriting of Charlie Sutherland." This startled her for a moment. Ah," she said, the scamp gave me a false name. But as for thee, unhappy one," she added, as a ray of hope appeared in Herbert's eyes, adieu for ever." And she was gone before he recovered himself. His first impulse was to follow her and apologize, So simply and completely did her exclamation that Sutherland had given her a false name seem to explain her denial of having met him. Then he asked himself how came she to bring home a young man in her carriage, and why had she made a secret of it? She had said, he now remembered, that she had not heard any English voice except his own since she had come to Paris. Herbert was constitutionally apt to feel at a disadvantage with other men, and to give credit to the least suggestion that they were preferred to himself. He did not even now accuse his wife of infidelity; but he had long felt that she misunderstood him, withheld her confidence from him, and kept him apart from those friends of hers in whose society she felt happy and unrestrained. In the thought of this there was for him more jealousy and mortification than a coarser man might have suffered from a wicked woman. Whilst he was thinking over it all, the door opened, and Madame Szczympliga, in tears, entered hastily. My God, Monsieur Adrian, what is the matter betwixt you and Aur^lie?" Nothing at all," said Herbert, with constrained politeness. Nothing of any consequence." Do not tell me that," she protested pathetically. I know her too well to believe it. She is going away; and she will not tell me why. And now you will not tell me either. I am made nothing of." Did you say she is going away?" Yes. What have you done to her, my poor child?" Herbert did not feel bound to account for his conduct to his mother in law. Yet he felt that she was entitled to some answer. Madame Szczympliga," he said after a moment's reflection, can you tell me under what circumstances Aur^lie met the young gentleman who was here last night?" That is it, is it? I knew it. I told Aur^lie that she was acting foolishly; but there was nothing in that to quarrel about." I do not say there was. How did it happen?" Nothing in the world but this. I had neuralgia; and Aur^lie would not suffer me to accompany her to the concert. As she was returning, her carriage knocked down this miserable boy, who was drunk. You know how impetuous she is. She would not leave him there insensible; and she brought him into the carriage, and brought him here. She made the woman below harbor him for the night in her sitting room. That is all." But did he not behave himself badly?" Mon cher, he was drunk. Drunk as a beast, with his nose beaten in." It is strange that Aur^lie never told me of such a remarkable incident." Why, you were not an hour arrived; and the poor child has been full of the joy and surprise of seeing you so unexpectedly. It is necessary to be reasonable. Monsieur Adrian." The fact is, madame, that I have had a misunderstanding with Aur^lie in which neither of us was to blame. I should not have doubted her, perhaps; but I think, under the circumstances, my mistake was excusable. I owe her an apology, and will make it at once." Wait a little," said Madame Szczympliga nervously, as he moved towards the door. You had better let me go first. I will ask her to receive you. She is excessively annoyed." Herbert did not like this suggestion; but he submitted to it, and sat down at the pianoforte to await Madame Szczympliga's return. To while away the time, and to persuade himself that he was not too fearful of the result of her mission, he played softly as much of his favorite Mendelssohnian airs as could be accompanied by the three chords which exhausted his knowledge of the art of harmonizing. At last, after a long absence, his mother-in-law returned, evidently much troubled. I am a most unlucky mother," she said, seating herself and trying to keep back her tears. She will not listen to me. Oh, Monsieur Adrian, what can have passed between you to enrage her so? You who are always so gentle. She will not let me mention your name." But have you explained to her?" What is the use of explaining? She is not rational." What does she say?" She says absurd things. Recollect that she is as yet only a child. She says you have betrayed your high opinion of her at last. I told her that circumstances seemed at the time to prove that she had acted foolishly, but that you now admitted your error." And then?" Then she said that her maid might have doubted her, and afterwards admitted her error on the same ground. Oh, she is a strange creature, is Aur^lie. What can one do with such a terrible child? She is positive that she will never speak to you again. And I fear she is in earnest. I can do no more. I have argued, implored, wept; but she is an ingrate, a heart of marble." Here there was a tap at the door; and a servant appeared. Madame Herbert wishes you to accompany her to the pianoforte place, madame. She is going thither to practise." Herbert only looked downcast, and Madame Szczympliga left the room, stifling a sob. Herbert knew not what to do. A domestic quarrel involving the interference of a mother in law had always seemed to him an incident common among vulgar people, but quite foreign to his own course of life; and now that it had actually occurred to him, he felt humiliated. He found a little relief as the conviction grew upon him that he, and not Aur^lie, was to blame. There was nothing new to him in the reflection that he had been weak and hasty. There would be pleasure in making reparation, in begging her forgiveness, in believing in and loving her more than ever. But this would be on condition that she ultimately forgave him, of which he did not feel at all sure, as indeed he never felt sure of her on any point, not even that she had really loved him. In this state of mind he saw her carriage arrive, and heard her descend the stairs and pass the door of the room where he was. Whilst he was hesitating as to whether he should go out and speak to her then, she drove away; and the opportunity, now that it was lost, seemed a precious one. He went downstairs and asked the old woman when she expected Madame Herbert to return. Not until 6 o'clock, she told him. He resigned himself to 8 hours' suspense, and went to the Luxembourg, where he enjoyed such pleasure as he could obtain by admiring the works of men who could paint better than he. It was a long day, but it came to an end at last. I will announce you, monsieur," said the old woman hastily, as she admitted him at 6:30. No," he said firmly, resolved not to give Aur^lie an opportunity of escaping from him. I will announce myself." And he passed the portress, who seemed disposed, but afraid, to bar his path. As he went up, he heard the pianoforte played in a style which he hardly recognized. The touch was hard and impatient; and false notes were struck, followed by almost violent repetitions of the passage in which they occurred. He stood at the door a moment, listening. My child," said Madame Szczympliga's voice: that is not practice. You become worse every moment; and you are spoiling the instrument." Let me alone. It is a detestable piano; and I hope I may break it." Herbert's courage sank at the angry tone of his wife's voice. You let yourself be put out by nothing at all. Do I not tell you that everybody thought you played like an angel?" I will not be told so again. I played vilely. I will give up music. I hate it; and I never shall be able to play. I have tried and failed. It was a mistake for me ever to have attempted it." At this moment, Adrian, hearing the footsteps of the old woman, who was coming up to listen at the keyhole, entered the room. Madame Szczympliga stared at him in consternation. He walked quickly across the room, and sat down close to his wife at the pianoforte. Aur^lie," he said: you must forgive me." Never, never, never," she cried, turning quickly round so as to confront him. I have this day disgraced myself; and it is your fault." My fault, Aur^lie? Do not call me Aur^lie. Now you smile because you have had your revenge. Am I not unhappy enough without being forced to see and speak to you who have made me so unhappy? Go. Disembarrass me; or I will myself seek some other roof. What madness possessed me, an artist, to marry? Did I not know that it is ever the end of an artist's career? You cannot believe," he said, much agitated, that I would wilfully cause you a moment's pain. I love " Ah, yes, you love me. It is because you love me that you insult me. It is because you love me that you are ashamed of me, and reproach me with playing for hire. It is because you love me that I have failed before the whole world, and lost the fruit of long years of work. You will find my mother's scissors in that box. Why do you not cut off my fingers, since you have paralyzed them?" Adrian, shuddering in every fibre at the suggestion, caught her proffered fingers, and squeezed them in his hands. My darling," he said: you pain me acutely by your reproaches. Will you not forgive me?" You waste your breath," she said obdurately, disengaging herself petulantly. I am not listening to you." And she began to play again. Aur^lie," he said presently. She played attentively, and did not seem to hear him. Aur^lie," he repeated urgently. No answer. Do cease that horrible thing, my darling; and listen to me." This stopped her. She turned with tears in her eyes, and exclaimed, Yes, it is horrible. Everything that I touch is horrible now." She shut the piano as she spoke. I will never open it more. Mamma." My angel," replied Madame Szczympliga, starting, tell them to send for it to morrow. I do not want even to see it when I come down in the morning." But," said Herbert, you quite misunderstand me. Can you suppose that I think your playing horrible, or that if I thought it, I would be so brutal as to say so?" You do think it horrible. Everyone finds it horrible; so you are right." It was only what you were playing." It was one of Chopin's studies. You used to like Chopin. You would do better to be silent. Every word you utter betrays your real thoughts." Herbert gently reopened the pianoforte. If it were the singing of angels, Aur61e, it would be horrible to me as long as it delayed the assurance I am waiting for — of your forgiveness." You shall never have it. Nor do I believe that you care for it." Never is a long word. You have said it very often this evening, Aur61e. You will never play again: you will never speak to me again: you will never forgive me." Do not argue with me. You fatigue me." She turned away and began to improvise, looking upward at the cornice with a determined expression, which gradually faded and vanished. Herbert, discouraged by her last retort, did not venture to interrupt her until the last trace of displeasure had disappeared from her face. Then he pleaded in a low voice, Aur61ie." The frown reappeared instantly. Do not stop playing. I only wish to assure you that I was not jealous this morning." Oh!" she ejaculated, taking her hands from the keyboard and letting them fall supine in her lap. Herbert, taken aback by the prolonged and expressive interjection, looked at her in silent discomfiture. Mamma, thou hearest him. He says he was not jealous. Oh, Adrian, how art thou fallen, thou who wast truth itself! Thou art learning to play the husband well." I thought you had deceived me, dearest. But I was not jealous." Then you do not love me." Let me explain. I thought you had deceived me in your account of that wretched boy whom we shall never allude to again." There, there. Do not remind me of it. You were base. You were beneath yourself. No explanation can change that. But my failure at the princess's is so much greater a misfortune that it has put all that out of my head." Aur61ie," remonstrated Herbert involuntarily. What! You begin to complain already, before I have half relented?" I know too well," he replied sadly, that your art is as much dearer to you than I, as you are dearer to me than mine. Well, well, I plead guilty to everything except want of love for you. Now will you forgive me?" Instead of replying, she began to play merrily. Presently she looked over her shoulder and said, You will promise never to commit such a sin again." I swear it." And you are very sorry?" Desolate, Aur61ie." Be pardoned then. If thou art truly penitent, I will accompany thee to the Louvre, and thou shalt show me the pictures." She played away without intermission whilst she spoke, disregarding the kiss which he, in spite of Madame Szczympliga's presence, could not refrain from pressing on her cheek. CHAPTER III. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book II, Chapter III, Part I. Of Love Among the Artists, by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter III, Part I. When the novelty of Mrs. Hoskyn's first baby had worn off, she successfully resisted the temptation to abandon it to the care of her servants as an exacting little nuisance. But her incorrigible interest in art, no longer totally eclipsed by the cradle, retook possession of her mind. This interest, as usual, took the form of curiosity as to what Adrian Herbert was doing. Now that her domestic affections were satisfied and centred by Hoskyn, and that the complete absorption of Herbert's affections by his wife was beyond all suspicion, she felt easier and more earnest in her friendship for him than ever before. Marriage had indeed considerably deepened her capacity for friendship. One morning Hoskyn looked up from his paper and said, Have you looked at the Times? There is something in it about Herbert that he won't like." I hope not. The Times always spoke well of him." Hoskyn, without a word, handed her the sheet he had been reading, and took up another. Oh, John," said Mary, putting down the paper in dismay. What is to be done?" Done? What about?" About Adrian." I don't know," said Hoskyn placably. Why should we do anything?" I, for one, shall be very sorry if he loses his position after all his early struggling." He won't lose it. Who cares about the Times?" But I am greatly afraid that the Times is right." If you think so, why, that's another thing. In that case, Herbert had better work a little harder." Yes, but he always used to work so hard." Well, he must keep at it, you know." Mary fell a musing; and Hoskyn went on reading. Adrian should never have married," she said presently. Why not, my dear?" Because of that," she replied, pointing to the paper. They don't find fault with him for being a married man, though." They find fault with him for being what his marriage has made him. He neither thinks nor cares about anything but his wife." That needn't prevent his working," said Hoskyn. I contrive to do a goodish deal of work," he added with an amorous glance, without caring any the less for my wife." Your wife does not run away from you to the other end of Europe at a moment's notice, John. She does not laugh at your business, and treat you as if you were a little boy who sometimes gets troublesome." Still," said Hoskyn reflectively, she has a sort of fascination about her." Nonsense," said Mary, supposing that her husband had been paying her a compliment, whereas he had really referred to Aur^lie. I really feel much in earnest about this. It is quite pitiable to see a man like Adrian become the slave of a woman who obviously does not care for him. Or perhaps I should not say that, but she certainly does not care for him as he deserves to be cared for. I am beginning to think that she cares for nothing but money." Oh, come," remonstrated Hoskyn. You're too hard on her, Mary. She certainly doesn't seem to concern herself much about Herbert; but then I fancy that he is rather a milk and water sort of man. I know he is a very good fellow, and all that; but there is a something wanting in him — not exactly stamina, but something or other. There is a great want of worldliness and indifference in him; and I hope there always will be, although a little of both would help him to bring his wife to her senses. Still, Adrian is weak." I should think so. For my part," said Hoskyn, scratching his beard, and glancing at his wife as if he were going to make a venturesome remark, I wonder how any woman could be bothered with him. I may be prejudiced; but that's my opinion." Oh, that is absurd," said Mary. She may consider herself very fortunate in getting so good a man. He is too good for her: that is where the real difficulty lies. He is neglecting himself on her account. Do you think I ought to speak to him seriously about it?" Humph," muttered Hoskyn cautiously. It's generally rather unwise to mix oneself up with other people's affairs, particularly family affairs. You don't as a rule get thanked for it." I know that. But is it right to hold aloof when one might do some good by disregarding consideration of that sort? It is always safest to do nothing; but I doubt if it is generous." Well, you can do as you like. If I were in your place, I wouldn't meddle." You are running away with an idea that I am going to make mischief and talk to Adrian about his wife. I only want to give him a little lecture, such as I have given him 20 times before. I am in some sort his fellow student. Don't you think I might venture? I cannot see how I can do any harm by speaking to him about what the Times says." Hoskyn pursed his lips and shook his head. Mary, who had made up her mind to exhort Adrian, and wanted to be advised to do so, added with some vexation, Of course I will not go if you do not wish me to." I? Oh, Lord, no, my dear. I don't want to interfere with you. Go by all means, if you like." Very well, John. I think I had better." As she said this as if she were about to go in deference to his wishes, he for a moment seemed inclined to remonstrate; but he thought better of it, and buried himself in the newspaper until it was time for him to go to the city. After luncheon that day, Mary put on her broad hat and cloak — her matronhood had not yet reconciled her to bonnets — and walked to South Kensington, where Herbert still kept his studio. The avenue, Fulham Road, resembles a lane leading to the gates of the back gardens of the neighboring houses, rather than an artist's courtyard. Except when some plaster colossus, crowded out of a sculptor's studio, appears incongruously at the extremity of the short perspective, no person would dream of turning down there in quest of statues or pictures. Disregarding a gigantic clay horse which ramped in the sun, its nostrils carved into a snort, of a type made familiar to Mary by the Elgin marbles and the knights in her set of chessmen, she entered at a door on the right which led to a long corridor, on each side of which were the studios. In one of these she found Adrian, with his palette set and his canvas uncovered on the easel, but with the Times occupying all his attention as he sat uncomfortably on the rung of a broken chair. Mrs. Hoskyn!" he exclaimed, rising hastily. Yes, Adrian. Mrs. Hoskyn's compliments; and she is surprised to see Mr. Herbert reading the newspapers which he once despised, and neglecting the art in which he once gloried." I have taken to doing both since I established myself as a family man," he replied with a sigh. Will you ascend the throne? It is the only seat in the place that can be depended upon not to break down." Thank you. Have you been reading the Times ever since your breakfast?" Have you seen it, Mary?" Yes." Herbert laughed, and then glanced anxiously at her. It is all very well to laugh," she said; and, as you know, nobody despises newspaper criticism more thoroughly than I, when it is prejudiced or flippant. In this instance, perhaps you agree with the Times." Mary immediately put on her glasses and looked hardily at him, by which he knew that she was going to say, I do." When she had said it, he smiled patiently. Adrian," she said with some remorse: do you feel it to be true yourself? If you do not, then I shall admit that I am in error." There may be some truth in it. I am hardly an impartial judge in the matter. It is not easy to explain my feeling concerning it. To begin with, I am afraid that when I used to preach to you about the necessity of devoting oneself wholly and earnestly to the study of art in order to attain true excellence, I was talking nonsense, or at least exaggerating mere practice, which is a condition of success in tinkering and tailoring as much as in painting, into a great central principle peculiar to art. I have discovered since that life is larger than any special craft. The difficulty once seemed to lie in expanding myself to the universal comprehensiveness of art. Now I perceive that it lies in contracting myself within the limits of my profession; and I am not sure that that is quite desirable." Well, of course, if you have lost your conviction that it is worth while to be an artist, I do not know what to say to you. You once thought it worth any sacrifice." Yes, when I was a boy and had nothing to sacrifice. But I do not say that it is not worth while to be an artist; for, you see, I have not given up my profession." But you have brought the Times down on you." True. The Times now sees defects in my work which I cannot see, just as it formerly failed to see defects in my early work which are very plain to me now. It says very truly that I no longer take infinite pains. I do my best still; but I confess that I work less at my pictures than I used to, because then I strove to make up for my shortcomings by becoming laborious, whereas I now perceive that mere laboriousness does not and cannot amend any shortcoming in art, except the want of itself, which is not always a shortcoming, sometimes quite the reverse. Laboriousness is, at best, only an appeal ad misericordiam to oneself and the critics. Sir Lancelot is a bad picture, if you like; but do you suppose that any expenditure of patience would have tortured it into a good one? My dear Mary, I beg Mr. Hoskyn's pardon. Beg Mrs. Herbert's rather. Go on." Mrs. Herbert is a very good example of my next heresy, which is that earnestness of intention and faith in the higher mission of art are impotent to add an inch to my artistic capacity. They rather produce a mental stress fatal to all freedom of conception and execution. I cannot bring them to bear on drawing and painting. They seem to me to be more the concern of clergymen and statesmen. Your husband once told my mother that art was a backwater into which the soft chaps got to be out of the crush in the middle of the stream. He was thinking about me, I suppose. Oh, don't apologize, Mary. I quite agree with him. It is a backwater; and faith and earnestness are of no use in it. Mere brute skill carries everything before it. You once asked me how I should like to be Titian and a lot of other great painters all rolled into one. At present I should be only too glad to be as good as Titian alone; but I would not pay 5 years of my life for the privilege. It would not be worth it. What view did Titian take of his mission in life? Simply that he was to paint pictures and sell them. He painted religious pictures when the church paid him to do it. He painted indecent pictures when licentious noblemen paid him to do it; and he painted portraits for the wealthy public generally. Believe me, Mary, out in the middle of the stream of life, from the turbulences and vulgarities of which we agreed to hold aloof, there may be many different sorts of men: earnest men, frivolous men, faithful men, cynical men, poetic men, sordid men, and so forth. But for the backwater there are only two sorts of painters, dexterous ones and maladroit ones. I am not a dexterous one; and that is all about it. Self criticism on moral principles, and the culture of the backwater library, won't mend my eyes and fingers. I said that Aur^lie was a case in point. Even the Times does not deny that she is a perfect artist. Yet if you spoke of her being a moral teacher with a great gift and a great trust, she would not understand you, although she has some distorted fancy about her touch on the piano being a moral faculty. She thinks your husband a most original and profound thinker, because he once happened to remark to her that musical people were generally clever. As I failed to be duly overwhelmed by her account of this, she, I believe, thought I was jealous of him, because I had not hit on the observation myself. Perhaps she would play still better if she did look upon herself as the holder of a great gift and a great trust. Did I paint the Lady of Shalott the better because I would have mixed the colors with my blood if the picture would have gained by my doing so? No. I could paint it twice as well now, though I should not waste half as much thought on it. But put Aur^lie out of the question, since you do not admire her. Take — oh, Adrian, the case of Jack. You will admit that he is a genius. He has the inexhaustible flow of ugly sounds which constitutes a composer a genius nowadays. I take Aur^lie's word and yours that he is a great musician, in spite of the evidence of my own ears. Judging him as a mere unit of society, he is perhaps the most uncouth savage in London. Does he ever think of himself as having a mission, or a gift, or a trust? I am sure he does. Consider how much he endured formerly because he would not write down to the level of the popular taste. Depend upon it, either he did not get the chance or he could not. Mozart, I believe, wrote ballets and masses in the Italian style. If Jack had Mozart's versatility, he would, in similar circumstances, act just as Mozart acted. I do not make a virtue of never having condescended to draw for the illustrated papers, because if anyone had asked me to do it, I should certainly have tried, and probably have failed. Adrian," said Mary, coming down from the throne and approaching him, do you know that it gives me great pain to hear you talk in this way? If there was one vice more than another which I felt sure could never taint your nature, it was the vice of cynicism." You reproach me with cynicism!" he said, with a smile, evidently enjoying some inconsistency in her. Why not? There is, of course, no reason why you should not, except that you seem to have come to very similar conclusions yourself." You never made a greater mistake, Adrian. My faith in the ennobling power of art, and in the august mission of the artist, is as steadfast as it was years ago, when you first instilled it into me." And that faith has never wavered?" Never." Not even for a moment?" Not even for a moment." A slight shrug was his only comment. He took up his palette, and busied himself with it, with a curious expression at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean, Adrian?" Nothing. Nothing." You used to be more candid than that." I used to be many things that I am not now." You admit that you are changed?" Surely." Then the change in me that you hint at is only a change in your way of looking at me." Perhaps so." A pause followed, during which he put a few touches on the canvas; and she watched him in growing doubt. You won't mind my working whilst you are here," he said presently. Adrian: do you remember that day on the undercliff at Bonchurch, when I announced my falling off in principle from the austerity of our worship of art?" I do. Why do you ask?" I little thought then which of us would be the first to fall off in practice. If a prophet had shown you to me as you are now, condemning loftiness of purpose and renouncing arduous work, I should have been at a loss for words strong enough to express my repudiation of the forecast." I cannot say that I did not suspect then who would be the first to fall off," said Adrian quietly, though his color deepened a little. But I should have been as sceptical as you if your prophet had shown me you." He checked himself. Well, Adrian? No, I beg your pardon. I was going to say something I have no right to say." Whatever it may be, you think it; and I have a right to hear it, so that I may justify myself. How could a prophet have shewn me so as to astonish you?" As Mrs. Hoskyn," he replied, looking at her steadily for a moment, and then resuming his work. I don't understand," said Mary anxiously, after a pause. I told you there was nothing to understand," said he, relieved. I meant that it is odd in the first place that we are both married and not to one another. I suppose you don't mind my alluding to that. It is still odder that I should be married to Aur^lie, who knows nothing about painting. But it is oddest that you should be married to Mr. Hoskyn, who knows nothing about art at all." Mary, understanding him well now, became very red, and for a moment tried hard to keep back a retort which came to her lips. He continued to paint attentively. Then she said indignantly, Do you conclude that I do not care for my husband because I can still work and think and respect myself, because I am not his slave when he is present, and a slave to my thoughts of him when he is absent?" Mary!" exclaimed Herbert, putting down his palette and confronting her with a color as deep as her own. She stood her ground without flinching. Then he recovered himself and said, I beg your pardon. I was quite wrong to say anything about your marriage. Have I annoyed you?" You have let slip your opinion of me, Adrian." And you yours of me, I think, Mary." After this there was another strained pause, disconcerting to both. This time Mary gained her self possession first. I was annoyed just now," she said; but I did not mean that we should quarrel. I hope you did not." No, indeed," he said fervently. I trust we shall never have any such meaning, whatever may pass between us." Then she rejoined, instinctively responding to his emotion with an impulse of confession, Let me tell you candidly how far you were right in what you said. I married because I discovered, as you have, that the world is larger than art, and that there is plenty of interest in it for those who do not even know what art means. But I have never been in love in the story book fashion; and I had given up all belief in the reality of that fashion when I cast in my lot with John's, though I am very fond of him, and do not at all regret being Mrs. Hoskyn." It is curious that our courses of action should be so similar and our motives so different. My confession is so obvious that it is hardly worth while to make it. I did fall in love in the story book fashion; and that is the true explanation of what the Times notices in my work. I will not say that I can no longer work, think, or respect myself — I hope I am not so bad as that; but the rest is true. I am a slave to her when she is present, and a slave to my thoughts of her when she is absent. Perhaps you despise me for it." I can hardly despise you for loving your wife. It would be rather unreasonable." There are many things which are not reasonable and are yet quite natural. I sometimes despise myself. That occurs when I contrast Aur^lie's influence on my work with yours. Before I met her, I worked steadfastly in this studio, thinking of you whenever my work palled on me, and never failing to derive fresh courage from you. I know now, better than I did then, how much of my first success and of the resolute labor that won it was due to you. The new influence is a different, a disturbing one. When I think of Aur^lie, there is an end of my work. Where in the old times I used to be reinforced and concentrated, I am now excited and distracted, impatient for some vague to-morrow that never comes, capable of nothing but trouble or ecstasy. Imagine, then, how I value your friendship; for you must not think that you have lost your old power over me. Even to day, because I have had this opportunity of talking with you, I feel more like my old artist self than I have been for a long time. We understand each other. I could not say the same to Aur^lie. Therefore, Mary, will you, however ill I may in your opinion have deserved it, will you still stand my friend, and help me to regain the ground I have lost, as you formerly helped me to win it?" Most willingly," said Mary with enthusiasm, holding out both her hands to him. I will take your word for my ability to help you, though I know that you used to help yourself by helping me. Now we are fast friends again, are we not?" Fast friends," he repeated, taking her hands and returning her gaze with affectionate admiration and gratitude. Aha!" cried a voice. They released each other's hands quickly, and turned, pale and startled, towards the newcomer. Aur^lie, in a light summer dress, was smiling at them from the doorway. I fear I derange you," she said in English, which she now spoke easily and carelessly, though with a soft foreign accent. How do you do, Madame Hoskyn? Am I too much? Eh?" Mary, confused by the surprise of her entry, and still more by the innocent and caressing manner in which she spoke, murmured some words of salutation. This is a very unusual honor, Aur^lie," said Herbert, affecting to laugh. Yes, I did not know of it beforehand myself. I got into the wrong train, and was carried to South Kensington instead of to Addison Road. So I said, I will give Adrian a surprise; and so I have." You came in at an interesting moment," said Mary, who had now partly regained some of her self possession and all her boldness. Mr. Herbert and I have had a serious quarrel; and we are just making it up, English fashion." Oh, it is not in English fashion. People quarrel like that everywhere. And you are now greater friends than ever. Is it not so?" I hope so," said Mary. I knew it," said Aur^lie, with a wave of her fingers. The human nature is the same things throughout the world. Ah, yes. What an untidy atelier is this! How can you expect that great ladies will come here to sit for their portraits?" I do not desire that they should, Aur^lie." But it is by portraits that the English artists make great sums of money. Why do you not cure him of these strange notions, madame? You have so much sense, and he respects you so. He mocks at me when I speak of painting; yet I am sure I am right." Mary smiled uneasily, not knowing exactly how to reply. Aur^lie wandered about the studio, picking up sketches and putting them down without looking at them, peeping into corners, and behaving like a curious child. At last her husband, seeing her about to disturb a piece of drapery, cried out to her to take care. What is the matter now?" said she. Is there somebody behind it? Ciel! It is a great doll." Please do not touch it," he said. I am drawing from it; and the change of a single fold will waste all my labor." Yes, but that is not fair. You should not copy things into your pictures: you should paint them all out of your head." She went over to the easel. Is this the great work for next year? Why has that man a bonnet on?" It is not a bonnet: it is a helmet." Ah, he is a fireman, then. Tiens, you have drawn him with long curling hair. There, I know: he is a knight of the Round Table. All your knights are the same. Of what use are such barbarians? I prefer the Nibelungs and Wotan and Thor in Wagner's music. His arm is a great deal too long; and the little boy's head is not half large enough in proportion to his height. The poor child is like a man in miniature. Madame Hoskyn, will you do me a great favor — that is, if you are disengaged?" I have no engagements to day, happily," said Mary. You may command me." Then you will come back with us to our house, and stay to dinner. Oh, you must not refuse me. We will send a telegram to Mr. Hoskyn to come too. En famille, you understand. Adrian will entertain you; I will play for you; and my mother will shew you the bambino. He is a droll child. You shall see if he is not." You are very kind," said Mary, wavering. Mr. Hoskyn expects me to dine at home with him; but " She looked inquiringly at Adrian. As Aur^lie says, we can ask Mr. Hoskyn by telegraph. I hope you will come, Mary." Mary blushed at his use of her Christian name, accustomed as she was to it. Thank you," she said. I will come with pleasure." Ah, that is very good," said Aur^lie, apparently delighted. Come then," she added in French to Adrian. Put away thy sottises, and let us go at once." You hear," he remarked to Mary. She calls my canvas and brushes my sottises." He put them away resignedly, nevertheless, Aur^lie chatting light heartedly with Mary meanwhile. When he was ready, they went out together past the white horse, whose shadow was tending at some length eastward, and sallied into the Fulham Road, where they halted to consider whether they should walk or drive. Whilst they stood, a young man with a serious expression, long and curly fair hair, and a velveteen jacket approached them. He was reading a book as he walked, taking no note of the persons whom he passed. Why, here is Charlie!" exclaimed Mary. The young man looked up, and immediately stopped and shut his book, exhibiting a remarkable degree of confusion. Then, to the surprise of his sister, he raised his hat and attempted to pass on. Charlie," she said, are you going to cut us?" At this he stopped again, and stood looking at them discomfitedly. How do you do?" said Adrian, offering his hand, which was eagerly accepted. Charlie now ventured to glance at Aur61ie, becoming redder as he did so. She was waiting with perfect composure, and apparently without interest, for the upshot of the encounter. I thought you knew Mrs. Herbert," said Mary, puzzled. My brother, Mrs. Herbert," she added, turning to Aur61ie. Charlie removed his hat solemnly, and received in acknowledgment what was rather a droop of the eyelids than a bow. CHAPTER IV. Expatriate, in Bangor, Maine. Book II, Chapter III, Part II, of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate, in Bangor, Maine. Chapter III, Part II. Herbert, seeing that an awkward silence was likely to ensue, interposed good humoredly. What is your latest project?" he said. If you are an engineer still, your exterior is singularly unprofessional. Judging by appearances, I should say that I must be the engineer and you the artist." Oh, I've given up engineering," said Charlie. It's a mere trade. The fact is, I have come round at last to your idea that there is nothing like art. I have turned my attention to literature of late." To poetry, I presume," said Herbert, drawing the book from beneath his arm and looking at the title. I wish I had the least scrap of genius to make me a poet. In any case, I must give up the vagabond life I have been leading, and settle down to some earnest pursuit. I may not ever be able to write a decent book; but I at least can persevere in the study of art and literature and so forth." Persevere in literature!" repeated Mary. Oh, Charlie, how many novels and tragedies have you begun since we went to live at Beulah? And not one of them ever got to the second chapter." I shewed my good sense in not finishing any of them. What has become of the pictures you used to work so hard at, and of the great compositions that were to have come of your studies with Jack?" I think," said Herbert jocularly, that if we wait here until you and Mary agree on the subject of your perseverance, our dinner will be cold. Mrs. Hoskyn is coming to dine with us this evening, Charlie. Suppose you join us." Thank you," he said hastily. I should like it of all things; but I am not dressed, and " You can hardly propose to dress for dinner on my account at this late stage of our acquaintance; and Mrs. Herbert will excuse you, I think." You shall be the welcome, monsieur," said Aur61ie, who had been gazing abstractedly down the vista at the white horse. Thanks very much indeed," said Charlie. This decided, it was arranged that they should go by train to High Street, and walk thence to Herbert's lodging; for he had never fulfilled his intention of taking a house, his wife being only nominally more at home in London than in the other European capitals. They accordingly moved towards the railway station, Adrian going first with Mary, and Charlie following with Aur61ie, who seemed unconscious of his presence, although his uneasiness, his frequent glances sidelong at her, and his occasional dumb efforts to hazard some commonplace remark, were much more obvious than he suspected. In this way they came within 100 yards of the South Kensington station without having exchanged a word, his dismay increasing at every step. He stole another look at her, and this time met her eye, which fixed him as if it had been that of the Ancient Mariner; and the longer she looked, the redder and more disconcerted he became. Well, Monsieur Beatty," she said composedly. He glanced apprehensively at Adrian, who was within earshot. I hardly know how to tell you," he said; but my name is not Beatty." Is it possible? I beg your pardon, monsieur. I mistook you for a gentleman of that name whom I met at Paris. You resemble him very much." No, I assure you," said Charlie eagerly. I am not in the least like him. I know the fellow you mean. He was a drunken wretch whom you rescued from being run over or robbed in the street, and who made a most miserable ass of himself in return. He is dead." Jesu Christ!" ejaculated Aur61ie with an irrepressible start. Do not say such things. What do you mean?" Dead as a doornail," said Charlie, triumphant at having shaken her composure, but still very earnest. He was killed, scotched, stamped out of existence by remorse, and by being unable to endure the contrast between his worthlessness and your goodness. If you would only forget him, and not think of him whenever you see me, you would confer a very great favor on me — far greater than I deserve. Will you do so, please, Mrs. Herbert?" I believe you will make great success as a poet," said Aur^lie, looking coldly at him. You are what you call clever. Ach! This underground railway is a horror." They said nothing more to one another until they left the train at High Street, from which they walked in the same order as before, Charlie again at a loss for something to say, but no longer afraid to speak. His first effort was, I hope Madame Szczympliga is quite well." Thank you, she is quite well. You will see her presently." What! Is she staying with you?" Yes. You are glad of that?" No, I'm not," he said bluntly. How could I be glad? She remembers that vagabond of whom we were speaking. What shall I do?" Aur^lie shook her head gravely. Truly I do not know," she replied. You had better prepare for the worst." It is very easy for you to make a jest of the affair, Mrs. Herbert. If you had as much cause to be ashamed of meeting her as I have, you would not laugh at me. However, since you have forgiven me, I think she may very well do so." Madame Szczympliga did in fact receive him without betraying the slightest emotion. She did not remember him. All her attention was absorbed by other considerations, which led her to draw her daughter into a private conversation on the stairs, whilst their guests supposed her to be fetching the baby. My child: have you brought home dinner as well as guests? What are they to eat? Do you think that the proprietress can provide a double dinner at a moment's notice?" She must, maman. It is very simple. Let her go to the shops, to the pastry cook's. Let her go wherever she will, so that the dinner be ready. Perhaps there is enough in the house." And how " There, there. She will manage easily. If not, how can I help it? I know nothing about such things. Go for the bambino; and do not fret about the dinner. All will be well, depend upon it." And she retreated quickly into the drawing room. Madame Szczympliga raised her hands in protest, let them fall in resignation, and went upstairs, whence she presently returned with a small baby, who looked very sad and old. Behold it," said Aur^lie, interlacing her fingers behind her back, and nodding from a distance towards her child. See how solemn he looks. He is a true Englishman." The baby uttered a plaintive sound, and stretched out one fist. Aha! Knowest thou thy mother's voice, rogue? Does he not resemble Adrian?" Mary took the infant gently; kissed it; shook its toes; called it endearing names; and elicited several inarticulate remonstrances from it. Adrian felt ridiculous, and acknowledged his condition by a faint smile. Charlie kept cautiously aloof. Mary was in the act of handing the child carefully back to Madame Szczympliga, when Aur^lie interposed swiftly, tossed it up to the ceiling, and caught it dexterously. Adrian stepped forward in alarm. Madame uttered a Polish exclamation; and the baby itself growled angrily. Being sent aloft a second time, it howled with all its might. Now you shall see," said Aur^lie, suddenly placing it supine, kicking and screaming on the pianoforte. She then began to play the Skater's Quadrille from Meyerbeer's opera of The Prophet. The baby immediately ceased to kick, became silent, and lay still with the bland expression of a dog being scratched, or a lady having her hair combed. It has a vile taste in music," she said, when the performance was over. It is old fashioned and everything. Ah, yes. Monsieur Sutherland, would you kindly pass the little one to my mother?" Madame Szczympliga hastily advanced to forestall Charlie's compliance with this request, made purposely to embarrass him. But he lifted the baby very expertly, and even gave it a kiss before he handed it to the old lady, who watched him as if he were handling a valuable piece of china. There, take it away," said Aur^lie. You would make a good nurse, monsieur." What a mother," whispered Madame Szczympliga. Poor infant!" And she indignantly carried it away. I wish it would grow up all at once," said Aur^lie. By the time he is a man, I shall be an old woman, half deaf, with gout in my fingers. He will go to hear the new players, and wonder how I got my reputation. Ah, it is a stupid world. One may say so before you, madame, because you are a philosopher." Madame Szczympliga soon returned, and was of much service in maintaining conversation, as she was not, like the other three, unable to avoid keeping a furtive watch on her daughter. At dinner, Aur^lie, when she found that the talk would go on without her help, said no more, eating but little and drinking water. In her abstraction, she engaged their attention more than ever. Mary, trying to puzzle out the real nature of Adrian's wife, considered her carefully, but vainly. The pianist's character appeared as vaguely to her mind as the face did to her short sighted eyes. Even Herbert, though he ate with the appetite of a husband, often glanced along the table with the admiration of a lover. Charlie did not dare to look often; but he sought for distorted images of her face in glass vessels and bowls of spoons, and gazed at them instead. At last Mary, oppressed by her silence, determined to make her speak. Is it possible that you never drink wine?" she said. You who work so hard." Never," said Aur^lie, resuming her volition instantly. I have in the tip of every finger a sensation of touch, the most subtle, the most delicate, that you can conceive. It is a species of nervous organization. One single glass of wine would put all those little nerves to sleep. My fingers would become hammers, like the fingers of all the world; and I should be excited, and have a great pleasure to hammer, as all the world has. But I could no longer make music." Aur^lie has remarkable theories of what she calls her fine touch," said Herbert. Practically, I find that when she is in a musical humor, and enjoys her own playing, she says she has found her fingers. But when only other people enjoy it, then the touch is gone. The fingers are like the fingers of all the world; and I receive formal notice that Mademoiselle Szczympliga is about to retire from the musical profession." Yes, yes. You are very wise. You have not this fine touch; and you do not understand. If you had, ah, how you would draw! You would be greater than no matter what artist in the world." Mary burned with indignation at Aur^lie, knowing how it hurt Herbert to be reminded that he was not a first rate artist. Aur^lie, indifferent to the effect of her speech, relapsed into meditation until they left the table, when she seated herself at the pianoforte, and permitted Charlie to engage her in conversation, whilst Herbert became engrossed by a discussion with Mary on painting, and Madame Szczympliga sat still in a corner knitting. What?" said Aur^lie, when Charlie had been speaking for some time. Were you at that concert too?" Yes." Then you have been at every concert where I have played since I returned to London. Do you go to all concerts?" To all of those at which you play. Not to the others." Oh, I understand. You pay me a compliment. I am very recognizant, do you call it, of your appreciation." I am musical, you know. I was to have been a musician, and had lessons from old Jack in the noble art. But I gave it up, I am sorry to say." What presumption! It does not become you to speak of a great man in that fashion. Monsieur Charles." True, Mrs. Herbert. But then nobody minds what I say." Tiens," said Aur^lie with a light laugh. You are right. You know how to make everything gay. And so you gave up the music, and are now to be a poet. Can you think of no more suitable profession than that?" It's the only one left to me except the army; and that is considered closed to me because my brother — Phipson's daughter's husband, you know — is there already. First I was to be a college don, a professor. Then I took to music. Then I tried the bar, the medical, engineering, the Indian civil service, and got tired of them all. In fact, I only drew the line at the church." What is that? You drew a line at the church?" It is what you very properly call an idiotisme. I mean that I would not condescend to be a parson." What a philosopher! Proceed." I am now, if the poetry fails, which it most likely will, going into business. I shall try for a post in the Conolly Electro Motor Company." I think that will suit you best. I will play you something to encourage you." She began to play a polonaise by Chopin. Herbert and Mary ceased speaking, but presently resumed their conversation in subdued tones. Charlie listened eagerly. When the polonaise was finished, she did not stop, but played on, looking at the ceiling, and occasionally glancing at Charlie's face. Aur^lie," said Herbert, raising his voice suddenly, where are those sketches that Mrs. Scott left here last Tuesday?" Oh, I say," said Charlie, in a tone of strong remonstrance, as the music ceased. Herbert, not understanding, looked inquiringly at him. Aur^lie rose, took the sketches from her music stand, and handed them silently to Mrs. Hoskyn. I am afraid we have interrupted you," said Mary, coloring. Aur^lie deprecated the apology by a gesture, and sat down in a low chair near the window. I wish you'd play again, if you're not tired, Mrs. Herbert," said Charlie timidly. She shook her head. It is hard that I should have to suffer because my sister has a wooden head with no ears on it," he whispered, glancing angrily not at Mary, but at Adrian. I was comfortably settled in heaven when they interrupted you. I wish Jack was here. He would have given them a piece of his mind." Mr. Herbert does not like Monsieur Jacques. Monsieur Jacques doesn't like Mr. Herbert either. There is no love lost between them. Adrian hates Jack's music; and Jack laughs at Adrian's pictures. Maman: ring the bell. Tell them to bring some tea." Yes, my angel." The conversation now became general and desultory. Mary, fearing that she had already been rudely inattentive to her hostess, thought it better not to continue her chat with Adrian. I see our telegram is of no avail," she said. Mr. Hoskyn has probably dined at his club." The more fool he," said Charlie morosely. What is that for?" said Mary, surprised by his tone. He looked sulkily at the piano, and did not reply. Then he stole a glance at Aur^lie, and was much put out to find that she was tendering him her empty teacup. He took it and replaced it on the table in confusion. And so," she said, when he was again seated near her, you have succeeded in none of your professions." This sudden return to a dropped subject put him out still more. You mean your métiers, whatever you call them. I am not surprised. Monsieur Charles. You have no patience." I can be patient enough when I like." Do you ever like?" Sometimes. When you play, for instance, I could listen for a year without getting tired." You would get very hungry; and I should get very tired of playing. Besides " A thud, followed by babyish screams, interrupted her. She listened for a moment, and left the room, followed by her mother. Mary and Adrian, accustomed to such incidents, did not stir. Charlie, reassured by their composure, took up the book of sketches. Adrian," said Mary in a low voice: do you think Mrs. Herbert is annoyed with me?" No. Why?" I mean, was she annoyed to day in the studio?" I should not think so." No. Why should she be annoyed with you?" Not perhaps with me particularly, but with both of us. You must know what I mean, Adrian. I felt in an excessively false position when she came in. I do not mean exactly that she might be jealous, but " Reassure yourself, Mary," he replied with a sad smile. She is not jealous. I wish she were." You wish it?" Yes. It would be a proof of love. I doubt if she is capable of jealousy." I hope not. She must have thought it very odd; and of course we looked as guilty as possible. Innocent people always do. Hush! Here she is. Have you restored peace to the nursery, Mrs. Herbert?" My mother is doing so," said Aur^lie. It is a very unlucky child. It is impossible to find a cot that it cannot fall out of. But do not rise. Is it possible that you are going?" Mary, who in spite of Herbert's assurance was not comfortable, invented unanswerable reasons for returning home at once. Charlie had to leave with her. He tried to bid Aur^lie good night unconcernedly, but failed. Mary remarked to Herbert, who accompanied them to the door, that Charlie had behaved himself much less awkwardly as a boy than he did now as a man. Adrian assented, let them out, stood for a moment to admire the beauty of the evening, and returned to the drawing room, where Aur^lie was sitting on an ottoman, apparently deep in thought. Come," he said spiritedly. Does not Mrs. Hoskyn improve on acquaintance? Is she not a nice woman?" Aur^lie looked at him drowsily for a moment, and then said, Charming." I knew you would like her. That was a happy thought of yours to ask her to dinner. I am very glad you did." I owed you some reparation, Adrian." What for?" he said, instinctively feeling damped. For interrupting your tite h tite." He laughed. Yes," he said. But you owe me no reparation for that. You came most opportunely." That is what I thought. Ah, my friend, how much more I admire you when you are in love with Mrs. Hoskyn than when you are in love with me. You are so much more manly and thoughtful. And you abandoned her to marry me. What folly!" Adrian stood open mouthed, not only astonished, but anxious that she should perceive his astonishment. Aur^lie," he exclaimed: is it possible — it is hardly conceivable — that you are jealous?" No," replied she, after some consideration. I do not think I am jealous. Perhaps Mr. Hoskyn will be, if he happens upon another tite h tite; but you do not fight in England, so it does not matter." Aur61ie, are you serious?" Wherefore should I not be serious?" she said, rousing herself a little. Because," he answered gravely, your words imply that you have a vile opinion of Mrs. Hoskyn and of me." Oh, no, no," she said, carelessly reassuring him. I do not think that you are a wicked gallant, like Don Juan. I know that you would both think that a great English sin. I suspect you of nothing except what I saw in your faces when you had her hands clasped in yours. You could not look at me so." What do you mean?" said he, indignantly. I will shew you," she replied calmly, rising and approaching him. Give me your hands." Aur61ie, this is child " Both your hands. Give them to me." She took them as she spoke, he looking foolish meanwhile. Now," she said, taking a step back so that they were nearly at arm's length, behold what I mean. Look at my eyes as you looked at hers, if you can." She waited; but his face expressed nothing but confusion. You cannot," she added, attempting to loose his hands. But he grasped her tightly; drew her towards him; and kissed her. Ah," she said, disengaging herself quietly. I did not see that part of it. I was only at the door for a moment before I spoke." Nonsense, Aur61ie. I do not mean that I kissed Mrs. Hoskyn." Then you should have. When a woman gives you both her hands, that is what she expects." But I pledge you my word that you are mistaken. We were simply shaking hands on a bargain — the commonest thing possible in England." A bargain?" An agreement. A species of arrangement between us." Eh bien! And what was this agreement that called such a light into your eyes?" Adrian, about to reply confidently, hesitated when he realized the impression which his words would probably convey. It is rather difficult to explain," he began. Then do not explain it; for it is very easy to understand. I know, I know. My poor Adrian: you are in love without knowing it. Ah, I envy Mrs. Hoskyn." If you really mean that," he said eagerly, I will forgive you all the rest." I envy her the power to be in love," rejoined Aur61ie, sitting down again and speaking meditatively. I cannot love. I feel it in the music, in the romance, in the poetry; but in real life it is impossible. I am fond of maman, fond of the bambino, fond of you sometimes; but this is not love — not such love as you used to feel for me, as she feels now for you. I see people and things too clearly to love. Ah well! I must content myself with the music. It is but a shadow. Perhaps it is as real as love is, after all. In short, Aur61ie, you do not love me, and never have loved me." Not in your way." Why did you not tell me this before?" Because, whilst you loved me, it would have wounded you." I love you still; and you know it. Why did you not tell me so before we were married?" Ah, I had forgotten that. I must have loved you then. But you were only half real. I did not know you. What is the matter with you?" You ask me what is the matter after. Come and sit by me, and be tranquil. You are making grimaces like a comedian. I do more for you than you deserve; for I still cherish you as my husband, whilst you make bargains, as you call it, with other women." Aur61ie," he said sternly, there is one course, and only one left to us. We must separate." Separate! And for why?" Because you do not love me. I suspected it before: now I know it. Your respect for me has vanished too. I can at least set you free: I owe that much to myself. You may not see the necessity for this; and I cannot make you see it. None the less we must separate." And what shall I do for a husband? Do you forget your duty to me and to my child? Well, it does not matter. Go. But look you, Adrian, if you abandon your home only to draw that woman away from hers, it will be an infamy, one that will estrange me from you forever. Do not hope, when you tire of her — for one tires of all pronounced people, and she, in face and character, is very pronounced — do not hope then to console yourself with me. You may be weak and foolish if you will; but when you cease to be a man of honor, you are no longer my Adrian." And how, in Heaven's name, shall I be the worse for that, since already I am no longer your Adrian? You have told me that you never cared for me." Chut! I tell you that I am not of a nature to fall in love. Be calm; and do not talk of separation and such silly things. Have I not been good to her and to you this day?" Upon my soul," cried Adrian despairingly, I believe you are either mad or anxious to make me mad." He is swearing," she ejaculated, lifting her hands. I am not in love with Mary," he continued. It is a gross and absurd libel on both of us to say so. If anyone be to blame, you are. Yes, you, Aur61ie. You have put the vilest construction on a perfectly innocent action of mine; and now you tell me with the most cynical coolness that you do not care for me." Aur61ie, implying by a little shrug that she gave him up, rose and went to the piano. The moment her fingers touched the keys, she seemed to forget him. But she stopped presently, and said with grave surprise, What did you say, Adrian?" Nothing," he replied shortly. Nothing?" she repeated incredulously. Nothing that was intended for your ears. Since you overheard me, I beg your pardon. I do not often offend you with such language. But to night I do say with all my soul, Damn that pianoforte." Without doubt you have often said so before under your breath," said Aur61ie, closing the instrument quietly. Are you going?" he said anxiously, as she moved toward the door. No," he exclaimed, springing forward, and timidly putting his arm about her. I did not mean that I disliked your playing. I only hate the piano when you make me jealous of it — when you go to it to forget me." It does not matter. Be tranquil. I am not offended," she said coldly, trying to disengage herself. You are indeed, Aur61ie. Pray do not be so quick to Adrian: you are worrying me. You will make me cry; and then I will never forgive you. Let me go." At the threat of crying, he released her, and stood looking piteously at her. You should not make scenes with me," she said plaintively. Where is my handkerchief? I had it a moment ago." Here it is, my darling," he said humbly, picking it up from the floor where it had fallen. She took it without thanking him. Then, glancing petulantly at him, and seeing him dejected and wistful, she relented and stretched out her arms for a caress. Mon ami," she whispered soothingly, as she rested her face against his. Ma vie," he responded fervently, and clasped her with a shudder of delight to his breast. CHAPTER IV. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Book II, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Part 1. Early in the afternoon of the following day, which was Sunday, Charlie Sutherland presented himself at Church Street, Kensington, and asked Mrs. Simpson, who opened the door, if Mr. Jack was within. No, sir," said Mrs. Simpson gravely. He is not in just at present." On being pressed as to when he would be in, Mrs. Simpson became vague and evasive, although she expressed sympathy for the evident disappointment of the visitor. At last he said he would probably call again, and turned disconsolately away. He had not gone far when, hearing a shout, he looked back, and saw Jack, uncombed, unshaven, in broken slippers and a stained and tattered coat, running after him bareheaded. Come up, come back," cried Jack, his brazen tones somewhat forced by loss of breath. It's all a mistake. That jade. Come along." He seized Charlie by the arm, and began to drag him back to the house as he spoke. The boys of the neighborhood soon assembled to look with awe at the capture of Charlie, only a few of the older and less reverent venturing to ridicule the scene by a derisive cheer. Jack marched his visitor upstairs to a large room, which occupied nearly the whole of the first floor. A grand pianoforte in the centre was covered with writing materials, music in print and manuscript, old newspapers, and unwashed coffee cups. The surrounding carpet was in such a state as to make it appear that periodically, when the litter became too cumbrous, it was swept away and permitted to lie on the floor just as it chanced to fall. The chairs, the cushions of which seemed to have been much used as pen wipers, were occupied, some with heaps of clothes, others with books turned inside out to mark the place at which the reader had put them down, one with a boot, the fellow of which lay in the fender, and one with a grimy kettle, which had been recently lifted from the fire, which, in spite of the season, burnt in the grate.
Black, brown, and yellow stains of ink, coffee, and yolk of egg were on everything in the place. "Sit down," said Jack, impetuously thrusting his former pupil into the one empty chair, a comfortable one with elbows, shiny with constant use. He then sought a seat for himself, and in so doing became aware of the presence of Mrs. Simpson, who had come in during his absence with the hopeless project of making the room ready for the visitor. "Here," he said, "get some more coffee and some buttered rolls. Where have you taken all the chairs to? I told you not to touch anything in this. Why, what the devil do you mean by putting the kettle down on a chair?" "Not likely, Mr. Jack," said the landlady, "that I would do such a thing. Oh dear! And one of my yellow chairs too. It's too bad." "You must have done it. There was nobody else in the room. Be off, and get the coffee." "I did not do it," said Mrs. Simpson, raising her voice, "and well you know it. And I would be thankful to you to make up your mind whether you are to be in or out when people call, and not be making a liar of me as you did before this gentleman." "You are a liar ready made, and a slattern to boot," retorted Jack. "Look at the state of this room." "Ah," said Mrs. Simpson with a sniff. "Look at it indeed. I ask your pardon, sir," she added, turning to Charlie, "but what would anybody think of me if they was told that this was my drawing room?" Jack, his attention thus recalled to his guest, checked himself on the verge of a fresh outburst, and pointed to the door. Mrs. Simpson looked at him scornfully, but went out without further ado. Jack then seized a chair by the back, shook its contents on to the floor, and sat down near Charlie. "I should not have spoken as I did just now," he said with compunction. "Let me give you a word of advice, Charles. Never live in the house with an untidy woman." "It must be an awful nuisance, Mr. Jack." "It is sure to lead to bad habits in yourself. How is your sister and your father?" "Mary is just the same as ever, and so is the governor. I was with him in Birmingham last autumn. We heard the Prometheus. By Jove, Mr. Jack, that is something to listen to. The St. Matthew Passion, the Ninth Symphony, and the Nibelung's Ring are the only works that are fit to be put behind it. The overture alone is something screeching." "You like it? That's right, that's right. And what are you doing at present? Working hard, eh?" "The old story, Mr. Jack. I have failed in everything, just as I failed at the music, though I stuck to that better than any of the rest, whilst I had you to help me." "You began everything too young. No matter. There is plenty of time yet. Well, well, what's the news?" "I'm going to an At Home at Madge Lancaster's. The actress, you know. She made me promise I'd call on my way and mention casually where I was going. She thought that you'd perhaps come with me. At least I expect that was her game." "She asked me to come some Sunday, and I told her I would. Is this Sunday?" "Yes, Mr. Jack. I hope you won't think it cool of me, helping her to collar you in this way." Jack made some inarticulate reply, pulled his coat off, and began to throw about the clothes which were heaped on the chairs. Presently he rang the bell furiously, and after waiting about 20 seconds for a response, went to the door and shouted for Mrs. Simpson in a stunning voice. This had no more effect than the bell, and he returned, muttering execrations, to resume his search. When he had added considerable to the disorder of the room, Mrs. Simpson entered with ostentatious unconcern, carrying a tray with coffee and rolls. "Where would you wish me to put these things, sir?" she said, with a patient air, after looking in vain for a vacant space on the pianoforte. "What things? What do you mean by bringing them? Who asked you for them?" "You did, Mr. Jack. Perhaps you would like to deny it to this gentleman's face, who heard you give the order." "Oh," said Jack, discomfited. "Charles, will you take some coffee whilst I am dressing? Put the tray on the floor if you can't find room for it elsewhere." Mrs. Simpson immediately placed it at Charlie's feet. "Now," said Jack, looking malignantly at her, "be so good as to find my coat for me, and in future, when I leave it in a particular place, don't take it away from there." "Yes, sir. And where did you leave it last, if I may make bold to ask?" "I left it on that chair," said Jack violently. "Do you see? On that chair." "Indeed," said Mrs. Simpson, with open scorn. "You gave it out to me yesterday to brush, and a nice job I have had with it. It took a whole bottle of benzine to fetch out the stains. It's upstairs in your room; and I beg you will be more careful with it in future, or else send it to the dyers to be cleaned instead of to me. Shall I bring it to you?" "No. Go to the kitchen, and hold your tongue." Charlie, I shall be back presently, my boy, if you will wait. And take some coffee. Put the tray anywhere. Confound that woman." He left the room then, and after some time reappeared in a clean shirt and a comparatively respectable black frock coat. "Where does she live?" he said. "In the Marylebone Road. Her at homes are great fun. Her sisters don't consider it proper for a young unmarried woman to give at homes on her own hook, and so they never go. I believe they would cut her altogether, only they can't afford to, because she gives them a new dress occasionally. It will be a regular swagger for me to go in with you. Next to being a celebrity oneself, the best thing is to know a celebrity." Jack only grunted, and allowed Charlie to talk until they arrived at the house in the Marylebone Road. The door was opened by a girl in a neat dress of dark green, with a miniature mob cap on her head. "I feel half inclined to ask her for a programme and tip her sixpence," whispered Charlie, as they followed her upstairs. "We may consider that she is conducting us to our stalls. Mr. Jack and Mr. Charles Sutherland," he added aloud to the girl, as they reached the landing. "Mr. Sutherland and Mr. Charles Sutherland," she answered, coldly correcting him. Jack meanwhile had advanced to where Madge stood. She wore a dress of pale blue velvet, made in Venetian style, imitated from an old Paul Veronese. Round her neck was a threefold string of amber beads, and she was shod with slippers of the same hue and material as her dress. Her complexion, skilfully put on, did not disgust Charlie, but rather inspired him with a gentle regret that it was too good to be genuine. The arrangement of the rooms was as remarkable as the costume of the hostess. The folding doors had been removed, and the partition built into an arch with a white pillar at each side. A curtain of silvery plush was gathered to one side of this arch. The walls were painted a delicate sheeny grey, and the carpet resembled a piece of thick whitey brown paper. The chairs of unvarnished wood had rush seats, or else cushions of dull straw colour or cinnamon. In compliance with a freak of fashion which prevailed just then, there were no less than 8 lamps distributed about the apartments. These lamps had monstrous stems of pottery ware, gnarled and uncouth in design. Most of them represented masses of rock with strings of ivy leaves clinging to them. The ceiling was of a light maize color. Magdalen, surprised by the announcement of Mr. Sutherland, was looking towards the door for him over the head of Jack, than whom she was nearly a head taller. "How d'ye do?" he said, startling her with his brassy voice. "My dear master," she exclaimed in the pure, distinct tone to which she owed much of her success on the stage. "So you have come to me at last." "Aye, I have come at last," he said, with a suspicious look. "I forgot all about you; but I was put in mind of your invitation by Charles. Where's Charles?" Charles was behind him, waiting to be received. "I am deeply grateful to you," said Magdalen, pressing his hand. Charles, rather embarrassed than gratified, replied inarticulately, vouched for the health of his family, and retreated into the crowd. "I had ceased to hope that we should ever meet again," she said, turning again to Jack. "I have sent you box after box that you might see your old pupil in her best parts. But when the nights came, the boxes were empty always. I intended to go. I should have gone. But somehow I forgot the time, or lost the tickets, or something. My landlady mislays things of that sort, or very likely she burns them." "Poor Mrs. Simpson! How is she?" "Alive, and mischievous, and long tongued as ever. I must leave that place. I can stand her no longer. Her slovenliness, her stupidity, and her disregard of truth are beyond belief." "Dear, dear, I am very sorry to hear that, Mr. Jack." Magdalen turned her eyes upon him with an expression of earnest sympathy which had cost her much study to perfect. Jack, who seldom recollected that the subject of Mrs. Simpson's failings was not so serious to the rest of the world as to himself, thought Magdalen's concern by no means overstrained, and was about to enlarge on his domestic discomfort when the servant announced, "Mr. Brailsford." Jack slipped away; and his old enemy advanced, as sprucely dressed as ever, but a little more uncertain in his movements. Magdalen kissed him with graceful respect, as she would have kissed an actor engaged to impersonate her father for so many pounds a week. When he passed on and mingled with the crowd like any other visitor, she forgot him and looked round for Jack. But he, in spite of his attempt to avoid Mr. Brailsford, had just come face to face with him in a remote corner whither chance had led them both. Jack at once asked him how he did. How d'ye do," said the old gentleman, with nervous haste. Glad to, I am sure." Here he found his eyeglass, and was enabled to distinguish Jack's features. Sir," said Jack: I am an ill mannered man on occasion; but perhaps you will overlook that, and allow me to claim your acquaintance." Sir," replied Brailsford, tremulously clasping his proffered hand, I have always honored and admired men of genius, and protested against the infamous oppression to which the world subjects them. You may count upon me always." There was a time," said Jack, with a glance at the maize colored ceiling, when neither of us would have believed that we should come to make two in a crowd of fashionable celebrities sitting round her footstool." She has made a proud position for herself, certainly. Thanks, as she always acknowledges, above all things to your guidance." Humph," said Jack doubtfully. I taught her to make the best of such vowels as there are left in our spoken language; but her furniture and her receptions are her own idea." They are the most ridiculous absurdities in London," whispered Brailsford with sudden warmth. To you, sir, I express my opinion without reserve. I come here because my presence may give a certain tone — a sanction — you understand me?" Jack nodded. But I do not approve of such entertainments. I am at a loss to comprehend how the actress can so far forget the lady. This room is not respectable, Mr. Jack. It is an outrage on taste and sensibility. However, it is not my choice. It is here; and de gustibus non est disputandum. You will excuse my quoting my old school books. I never did so, sir, in my youth, when every fool's mouth was full of scraps of Latin." There is a bad side to this sort of thing," said Jack. These fellows waste their time coming here; and she wastes her money on extravagancies for them to talk about. But after all, there is a bad side to everything. She might indulge herself with worse follies. Now that she is her own mistress, we must all stand further off. Her affairs are not our business." The old gentleman nodded several times in a melancholy manner. There you have hit the truth, sir," he said in a low voice. We must all stand further off, I as well as others. A very just observation." This dialogue, exceptionally long for a crowded afternoon reception in London, was interrupted by Magdalen coming to invite Jack to play, which he peremptorily refused to do, remarking that if the company were in a humor to listen to music, they had better go to church. The rebuff created much disappointment; for Jack's appearances in society, common as they had been during the season which preceded the first performance of Prometheus, had since been very rare. Stories of his eccentricity and inaccessible solitude had passed from mouth to mouth until they had become too stale to amuse or too exaggerated to be believed. His refusal to play was considered so characteristic that some of the guests withdrew at once, in order that they might be the first to narrate the circumstances in artistic circles, which are more at home on Sundays than those of the more purely fashionable class which has nothing particular to do on week days. Jack was about to go himself, when the blue velvet sleeve touched his arm, and Magdalen whispered, They will all go in a very few minutes now. Will you stay and let me have a moment with you alone? It is so long since I have had a word of advice from you." Jack again looked suspiciously at her; but as she looked very pretty, he relented, saying good humoredly, Get rid of them quickly then. I have no time to waste waiting for them." She set herself to get rid of them as well as she could, by pretending to mistake the purpose of men who came up to converse with her, and surprising them with effusive farewells. To certain guests with whom she did not stand on ceremony, she confided her desire to clear the room; and they immediately conveyed her wishes to their intimate friends, besides setting an example to others by taking leave ostentatiously, or declaring in loud whispers that it was shamefully late, that dear Madge must be tired to death, and that they were full of remorse at having been induced by her delightful hospitality to stay so long. In 15 minutes the company was reduced to 5 or 6 persons, who seemed to think, now that the crowd was over, that the time had come for enjoying themselves. A few of them, who knew each other, relaxed their ceremonious bearing, raised their voices, and entered into a discussion on theatrical topics in which they evidently expected Magdalen to join. The rest wandered about the rooms, and made the most of their opportunity of having a good look at the great actress and the great composer, who was standing at a window with his hands clasped behind him, frowning unapproachably. Mr. Brailsford also remained; and he was the first to notice the air of exhaustion with which his daughter was mutely appealing to her superfluous guests. My child," he said: are you fatigued?" I am worn out," she replied, in a whisper which reached to the furthest corner of the room. How I long to be alone." Why did you not tell me so before?" said Brailsford, offended. I shall not trouble you any longer, Magdalen. Good evening." Hush," she said, laying her arm caressingly on his, and speaking this time in a real whisper. I meant that for the others. I want you to do something for me. Mr. Jack is waiting to go with you; and I particularly want to speak to him alone about a pupil. Could you slip away without his seeing you? Do, dear old daddy; for I may never have another chance of catching him in a good humor." Magdalen knew that her father would be jealous of having to leave before Jack unless she could contrive to make him do so of his own accord. The stratagem succeeded. Mr. Brailsford left the room with precaution, glancing apprehensively at the musician, who still presented a stolid back view to the company. The group of talkers, warned by Madge's penetrating whisper, submissively followed him, leaving only one young man who was anxious to go and did not know how to do it. She relieved him by giving him her hand and expressing a hope that she should see him next Sunday. He promised earnestly, and departed. Now," said Jack, wheeling round the instant the door closed, what can I do for you? Your few minutes have spun themselves out to 20." Did they seem so very long?" she said, seating herself upon an ottoman and throwing her dress into graceful folds. Yes," said Jack bluntly. So they did to me. Won't you sit down?" Jack pushed an oaken stool opposite to her with his foot, and sat upon it, much as, in a Scandinavian story, a dwarf might have sat at the feet of a princess. Well, mistress," he said, things have changed since I taught you, eh?" Some things have. You have become great; and so, in my small way, have I." I have become what you call great," she said; but you have not changed. People have found out your greatness, that is all." Well said," said Jack approvingly. They starved me long enough first, damn them. Used I to swear at you when I was teaching you?" I think you used to. Just a little when I was very dull." It is a bad habit, a stupid one, as all low habits are. I rarely fall into it. And so you stuck to your work and fought your way. That was right. Are you as fond of the stage as ever?" It is my profession," said Madge, with a disparaging shrug. One's profession is only half of one's life. Acting in London, where the same play runs for a whole season, leaves one time to think of other things." Sundays at home, and fine furniture, for instance. Things that they vainly pretend to supply. I have told you that my profession is only half my life — the public half. Now that I have established that firmly, I begin to find that the private and personal half, the half which is concerned with home and domestic ties, must be well established too, or else the life remains incomplete and the heart unsatisfied. In plain English, you have too much leisure, which you can employ no better than in grumbling." Perhaps so. But am I much at fault? When I entered upon my profession, its difficulties so filled my mind with hopes and fears, and its actual work so fully occupied my time, that I forgot every other consideration, and cut myself off from my family and friends with as little hesitation as a child might feel in exchanging an estate for a plaything. Now that the difficulties are overcome, the hopes fulfilled or abandoned, and the fears dispelled, now that I find that my profession does not suffice to fill my life, and that I have not only time but desire for other interests, I find how thoughtless I was when I ran away from all the affection I had unwittingly gathered to myself as I grew." Why? What have you lost? You have your family still." I am as completely estranged from them by my profession as if it had transported me to another world." I doubt if they are any great loss to you. The public are fond of you, ain't they?" They pay me to please them. If I disappeared, they would forget me in a week." Why shouldn't they? How long do you think they should wear mourning for you? Have you made no friends in your own way of life?" Friends? Yes, I suppose so." You suppose so? What is the matter then? What more do you want?" Magdalen raised her eyelids for an instant, and looked at him. Then she said, Nothing," and let the lids fall with the cadence of her voice. CHAPTER V. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Book II, Chapter 4, Part 2 of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Chapter 4, Part 2 Listen to me," said Jack after a pause, drawing his seat nearer to her and watching her keenly. You want to be romantic. You won't succeed. Look at the way we cling to the stage, to music and poetry and so forth. Why do you think we do that? Just because we long to be romantic, and when we try it in real life, facts and duties baffle us at every turn. Men who write plays for you to act cook up the facts and duties so as to heighten the romance, and so we all say, How wonderfully true to nature, and feel that the theatre is the happiest sphere for us all. Heroes and heroines are to be depended on. There is no more chance of their acting prosaically than there is of a picture in the Royal Academy having stains on its linen or blacks in its sky. But in real life it is just the other way. The incompatibility is not in the world, but in ourselves. Your father is a romantic man, and so am I. But how much of our romance have we ever been able to put into practice?" More than you recollect, perhaps," said Madge, unmoved, for constant preoccupation with her own person had made her a bad listener. But more than I shall ever forget. There has been one piece of romance in my life — a very practical piece. A perfect stranger once gave me, at my mere request, all the money he had in the world." Perhaps he fell in love with you at first sight; or perhaps — which is much the same thing — he was a fool." Perhaps so. It occurred at Paddington Station some years ago." Oh, is that what you are thinking of? Well, that is a good illustration of what I am saying. Did any romance come out of that? In 3 weeks' time you were grubbing away at elocution with me at so much a lesson." I know that no romance came out of it — for you." So you think," said Jack complacently. But romance comes out of everything for me. Where do you suppose I get the supplies for my music? And what passion there is in that! What fire! What disregard of conventionality! In the music, you understand, not in my everyday life." Your art, then, is enough for you?" said Madge in a touching tone. I like to hear you speak," observed Jack. You do it very well. Yes: my art is enough for me — more than I have time and energy for occasionally. However, I will tell you a little romance about myself which may do you some good. Eh? Have you the patience to listen?" Patience!" echoed Madge in a low, steady voice. Try whether you can tire me." Very well: you shall hear. You must know that when, after a good many years of poverty and neglect, I found myself a known man, earning over 100 a year, I felt for a while as if my house was built, and I had no more to do than to put it in repair from time to time, much as you think you have mastered the art of acting, and need only learn a new part occasionally to keep your place on the stage. And so it came about that I, Owen Jack, began to languish in my solitude, to pine for a partner, and, in short, to suffer from all those symptoms which you so admirably described just now." He gave this account of himself with a derision so uncouth that Madge lost for the moment her studied calm, and shrank back a little. I was quite proud to think that I had the affections of a man as well as the inspiration of a musician; and I selected the lady, fell in love as hard as I could, and made my proposals in due form. I was luckier than I deserved to be. Her admiration of me was strictly impersonal; and she nearly had a fit at the idea of marrying me. She is now the wife of a city speculator; and I have gone back to my old profession of musical student, and quite renounced the dignity of past master of the art. I sometimes shudder when I think that I was once within an ace of getting a wife and family." And so your heart is dead?" No: it is marriage that kills the heart and keeps it dead. Better starve the heart than overfeed it. Better still to feed it only on fine food, like music. Besides, I sometimes think I will marry Mrs. Simpson when I grow a little older." "You are jesting. You have been jesting all along. It is not possible that a woman refused your love." "It is quite possible, and has happened. And" — here he rose and prepared to go — "I should do the same good service to a woman, if one were so foolish as to persuade herself on the same grounds that she loved me." "You would not believe that she could love you on any deeper and truer grounds?" said Madge, rising slowly without taking her eyes off his face. "Stuff! Wake up. Miss Madge, and realize what nonsense you are talking. Rub your eyes and look at me — a kobold, a cyclop, as that fine woman Mrs. Herbert once described me. What sane person under 40 would be likely to fall in love with me? And what do I care about women over 40, except perhaps Mrs. Herbert or Mrs. Simpson? I like them young and beautiful, like you." Madge, as if unconsciously, raised her hand, half offering it to him. He took it promptly, and continued humorously, "And I love you, and have always done so. Who could know such a lovely woman and fine genius as you without loving her? But," he added, shaking her fingers warningly, "you must not love me. My time for playing Romeo was over before you ever saw me. And Juliet must not fall in love with Friar Lawrence, even when he is a great composer." "Not if he forbids her — and she can help it," said Madge, with solemn sadness, letting her hand drop as he released it. "Not on any account," said Jack. "Come," he added, turning on her imperiously, "we are not a pair, you and I. I know how to respect myself: do you learn to know yourself. We two are artists, as you are aware. Well, there is an art that is inspired by nothing but a passion for shamming; and that is yours, so far. There is an art which is inspired by a passion for beauty, but only in men who can never associate beauty with a lie. That is my art. Master that, and you will be able to make true love. At present you only know how to make scenes, which is too common an accomplishment to interest me. You see you have not quite finished your lessons yet. Goodbye." "Adieu," said Madge, like a statue. He walked out in the most prosaic manner possible; and she sank on the ottoman in an attitude of despair, and, finding herself at her ease in it, and not understanding him in the least, kept it up long after he, by closing the door, had, as it were, let fall the curtain. For it was her habit to attitudinize herself, when alone quite as often as to her people, in whose minds the pleasure of attitudinizing is unalloyed by association with the labor of bread winning. Jack, meanwhile, had let himself out of the house. It had become dusk by this time, and he walked away in a sombre mood, from which he presently roused himself to shake his head at the house he had just left, and to say aloud, "You are a bold faced jade." This remark, which was followed by muttered imprecations, was ill received by a passing woman, who, applying it to herself, only waited until he was at a safe distance before retorting with copious and shrill abuse, which soon caused many persons to stop and stare after him. But he, hardly conscious of the tumult, and not suspecting that it had anything to do with him, walked on without raising his head, and was presently lost to them in the deepening darkness. All this time, Charlie, who had been among the first to leave Madge's rooms, was wandering about Kensington in the neighborhood of Herbert's lodging. He felt restless and unsatisfied, shrinking from the observation of the passers by, with the notion that they might suspect and ridicule the motive of his lurking there. He turned into Campden Hill at last, and went to his sister's. Mary usually had visitors on Sunday evenings, and some of them might help him to pass away the evening pleasantly, in spite of Hoskyn's prose. Perhaps even — but here he shook off further speculation, and knocked at the door. "Any one upstairs?" he asked carelessly of the maid as he hung up his hat. "Only one lady, sir. Mrs. Herbert." Something within him seemed to make a spring at the name. He glanced at himself in the mirror before going into the drawing room, where, to his extreme disappointment, he found Mary conversing, not with Herbert's wife, but with his mother. She had but just arrived, and was explaining to Mary that she had returned the day before from a prolonged absence in Scotland. Charlie never enjoyed his encounters with Mrs. Herbert; for she had known him as a boy, and had not got out the habit of treating him as one. So, hearing that Hoskyn was in another room, smoking, he pleaded a desire for a cigar, and went off to join him, leaving the two ladies together. You were saying," said Mary, resuming the conversation which his entrance had interrupted. I was saying," said Mrs. Herbert, that I have never been able to sympathize with the interest which you take in Adrian's life and opinions. Geraldine tells me that I have no maternal instinct. But then Geraldine has no sons, and does not quite know what she is talking about. I look on Adrian as a failure; and I really cannot take an interest in a man who is a failure. His being my son only makes the fact disappointing to me personally. I retain a kind of nursery affection for my boy; but of what use is that to him, since he has given up his practice of stabbing me through it? I would go to him if he were ill, and help him if he were in trouble; but as to maintaining a constant concern on his account, really I do not see why I should. You, with your own little dear one a fresh possession, almost a part of yourself still, doubtless think me very heartless; but you will learn that children have their separate lives and interests, as completely independent of their parents as the remotest strangers. I do not think Adrian would even like me, were it not for his sense of duty. You will understand some day that the common notion of parental and filial relations are more unpractical than even those of love and marriage." Mary, who had already made some discoveries in this direction, did not protest as she would have done in her maiden time. What surprises me chiefly is that Mrs. Herbert should have been rude to you," she said. I doubt whether she is particularly fond of me. Indeed, I am sure she is not; but nothing could be more exquisitely polite and kind than her manner to me, especially in her own house." I grant you the perfection of her manners, dear. She was not rude to me. Not that they are exactly the manners of good society; but they are perfect of their kind, for all that. Hush! I think — did I not hear Adrian's voice that time?" Adrian was, in fact, speaking in the hall to Hoskyn, who had just appeared there with Charlie on his way to the drawing room. Aur61ie was with her husband. They all went for a moment into the study, which served on Sunday evenings as a cloak room. I assure you, Mrs. Herbert," said Hoskyn, officiously helping Aur61ie to take off her mantle, I am exceedingly glad to see you." Ah, yes," said Aur61ie; but this is quite wrong. It is you who should render me a visit in this moment, because I ask you to dine with me, and you do not come." You have turned up at a very good time," said Charlie mischievously. Mrs. Herbert is upstairs." My mother!" said Adrian in consternation. Shall we go upstairs?" said Hoskyn, leading the way with resolute cheerfulness. Adrian looked at Aur61ie. She had dropped the lively manner in which she had spoken to Hoskyn, and was now moving towards the door with ominous grace and calm. Aur61ie," he said, detaining her in the room for a moment: my mother is here. You will speak to her for my sake, will you not?" She only raised her hand to signify that she was not to be troubled, and then, without heeding his look of pain and disappointment, passed out and followed Hoskyn to the drawing room, where Mary and Mrs. Herbert, having heard her foreign voice, were waiting, scarcely less disturbed than Adrian by their fear of how she might act. Mrs. Herbert junior has actually condescended to pay you a visit, Mary," said Hoskyn. How do you do?" said Mary, with misgiving. I am so very glad to see you." So often have I to reproach myself not to have called on my friend," said Aur61ie in her sweetest voice, that I yielded to Adrian at the risk of deranging you by coming on the Sunday evening." A pause followed, during which she looked inquisitively around. Ah!" she exclaimed with an air of surprise and pleasure, as she recognized Mrs. Herbert. Is it possible? You are again in London, madame." She advanced and offered her hand. Mrs. Herbert, who had sat calmly looking at her, made the greeting as brief as possible, and turned her attention to Adrian. Nevertheless, Aur61ie drew a chair close to hers, and sat down there. You are looking very well, mother," said Adrian. When did you return?" Only yesterday, Adrian." There was a brief silence. Adrian looked anxiously at Aur61ie; and his mother mutely declined to look at her. But behold what is absurd," said Aur61ie. You, madame, who are encore so young, so beautiful." Here Mrs. Herbert, who had turned to her with patient attention, could not hide an expression of wonder. You are already a grandmother. Adrian has what you call a son and heir. It is true." Yes, I am aware of that," said Mrs. Herbert coolly. A slight change appeared for an instant in Aur^lie's face, and she glanced for a moment gravely at her husband. He, with disgust only half concealed, said, You could not broach a subject less interesting to my mother," and turned away to speak to Mary. Adrian," began Mrs. Herbert, who found herself unexpectedly disturbed by the implied imputation of want of feeling, I do not think " Then, as he was not attending to her, she turned to Aur^lie and said, You really must not accept everything that Adrian says seriously. Pray tell me all about your boy — my grandson, I should say." He is like you," said Aur^lie, trying to conceal the chill which had fallen upon her. Perhaps you would like to see him. If so, I shall bring him to you, if you will permit me." I shall be very glad," said Mrs. Herbert, rather surprised. Let me say that I have been expecting you to call on me for some time." You are very good," said Aur^lie. But think of how I live. I am always voyaging; and you also are seldom in London. Besides, when one is an artist, one neglects things. Forget, I pray you, I do not know how to say it; but I will come to you with Monsieur Jean Szczympliga Herbert. That reminds me: I know not your address." Mrs. Herbert supplied the desired information; and the conversation then proceeded amicably, with occasional help from Hoskyn and Charlie. Mary and Adrian had withdrawn to another part of the room, and were already engrossed in a discussion. In the course of it, Mary remarked that matters were evidently smooth between the two Misses Herberts. I am glad of it," said Adrian, not looking glad. I was disposed to think Aur^lie in fault on that point; but I see plainly enough now how the coolness was brought about. I should not have blamed Aur^lie at all, if she had repaid my mother's insolence — I do not think that at all too strong a word — in kind. Poor Aur^lie! I have been all this time secretly thinking hardly of her for having, as I thought, rebuffed my mother. Unjust and stupid that I am, not to have known better from my lifelong experience of the one, and my daily observation of the other. Aur^lie has conciliated her to night solely because I begged her to do so as we came upstairs. You cannot deny that my wife can be perfectly kind and self sacrificing whenever there is occasion for it." I cannot deny it! Adrian: you speak as though I were in the habit of disparaging her." You are quite wrong. No one can admire her more than I. My only fear is that she is too sweet, and may spoil you. How could I resist her? Even your mother, prejudiced as she certainly was against her, has yielded. You can see by her face that she has given up the battle. I think we had better join them. We have a very rude habit of getting into a corner by ourselves. I am sure, in spite of all you say, that Mrs. Herbert is too fond of you to like it." Mrs. Herbert is a strange being," said Adrian, rising. I no longer pretend to understand her likes and dislikes." Mary made a mental note that Aur^lie had probably had more to say on the subject of what she saw in the studio than Adrian had expected. The general conversation which ensued did not run on personal matters. Aur^lie was allowed to lead it, as it was tacitly understood that the interest of the occasion in some manner centred in her. Mrs. Herbert laughingly asked her for the secret of managing Adrian; but she adroitly passed on to some other question, and would not discuss him or in any way treat him more familiarly than she did Hoskyn or Charlie. Later on, Hoskyn proposed that they should go downstairs to a room which communicated with the garden by a large window in a small grassy terrace. As the night was sultry, they readily agreed, and were soon seated below at a light supper, after which Hoskyn strolled out into the garden with Adrian to smoke another cigar, and to shew a recently purchased hose and lawn mower, it being his habit to require his visitors to interest themselves in his latest acquisitions, whether of children, furniture, or gardening implements. Mrs. Herbert, who, despite the glory of the moon, could not overcome her belief that fresh air, to be safely sat in, should be tempered by a roof, did not venture beyond the carpet; and Mary felt bound to remain in the room with her. Aur^lie walked out to the edge of the terrace, clasped her hands behind her, and became wrapped in contemplation of the cloudless sky, which was like a vast moonlit plain. Her attention was recalled by the voice of Charlie beside her. Awfully jolly night, isn't it, Mrs. Herbert?" Yes, it is very fine." I suppose you find no end of poetry in all those stars." Poetry? No, I am not at all poetic, Monsieur Charles. I don't altogether believe that, you know. You look poetic. It is therefore that people mistake me. They are very arbitrary. They say, Mademoiselle Szczympliga has such and such a face and figure. In our minds, such a face and figure associate with poetry. Therefore must she be poetic. We will have it so; and if she disappoint us, we shall be very angry with her. And I do disappoint them. When they talk poetically of music and things, I am impatient myself to be at home with maman, who never talks of such things, and the bambino, who never talks at all. What, think you, do I find in those stars? I am looking for Aur61ie and Thekla in what you call Charles's Wain. Aha! I did not think of that before. You are Monsieur Charles, to whom belongs the Wain." Yes. I have put my hand to the plough and turned back often enough. What may Aur61ie and Thekla be?" Aur61ie is myself, and Thekla is my doll. In my infancy I named a star after everyone whom I liked. Only very particular persons were given a place in Charles's Wain. It was the great chariot of honor; and in the end I found no one worthy of it but my doll and myself. Behold how I am poetic! I was a silly child, for I forgot to give my mother a star. I forgot all my family. When my mother found that out one day, she said I had no heart. And indeed I fear I have none." Heaven forbid!" Look you, Monsieur Charles," she said, with a sudden air of shrewdness, unclasping her hands to shake her finger at him, I am not what you think me to be. I am the very other things of it. I have the soul commercial within me." I am glad of that," he said eagerly, for I want to make a business proposal to you. Will you give me lessons?" Give you lesson! Lesson of what?" Lessons in playing. I want awfully to become a good pianist; and I have never had any really good teaching since I was a boy." Vraiment? Ah! You think that as you persevered so well in the different professions, you will find it easy to become a player. Is it not so?" Not at all. I know that playing requires years of perseverance. But I think I can persevere if you will teach me." Monsieur Charles, you are — what shall I call you? You are an ingenuous infant, I think." Don't make fun of me, Mrs. Herbert. I'm perfectly in Here, to his confusion, his voice broke with emotion. You think I am mocking you," she said, not seeming to notice the accident. I am not fool enough to suppose that you care what I think," he said bitterly, losing his self possession. I know you won't give me the lessons. I knew it before." And wherefore then did you ask me?" Because I love you," he replied, with symptoms of hysterical distress. I love you." Ah," said Aur61ie severely, do you see my husband there looking at you? And do you not know that it is very wicked to say such a thing to me? Remember, Monsieur Charles, you are quite sober now. I shall not excuse you as I did before." I couldn't help it," said Charlie, half crestfallen, half desperate. I know it's hopeless. I felt it the moment I had said it. But I can't always act like a man of the world. I wish I had never met you." And why? I like you very well when you are good. But this is already twice that you forget to be an honest gentleman. Is it not dishonorable thus to envy your friend? If Monsieur Herbert had a fine watch, would you wish to possess it? No. The thought that it was his would impeach, would hinder you to form such a wish. Well, you must look upon me as a watch of his. You must not even think such things as you have just said. I will not be angry with you, Monsieur Sutherland, because you are very young, and you have admirable qualities; but you have done wrong." Before he could reply, she moved away and joined her husband at the end of the garden. Charlie, with his mouth hanging open, stared at her for some seconds, and then went into the supper room, where he incommoded Mary and Mrs. Herbert by lounging about, occasionally taking a grape from the table or pouring out a glass of wine. At last he strolled to the drawing room, where he was found with a book in his hand, pretending to read, by the others when they came upstairs some time after. He did not speak again until he bade farewell to the elder Mrs. Herbert, who departed under Hoskyn's escort. Aur61ie, before following her example, went to the nursery with Mary to have a peep at Master Richard Hoskyn as he lay in his cot. He smiles," said Aur61ie. What a charming infant! The bambino never smiles. He is so triste, like Adrian." As they turned to leave the room, she added, Poor Adrian. I think of going to America this year; but he does not know. You will take care of him whilst I am away, will you not?" Mary, seeing that she was serious, was puzzled how to reply. As far as I can, I will, certainly," she said after some hesitation. Then, laughing, she continued, It is rather an odd commission." Not at all, not at all," said Aur^lie, still serious. He has great esteem for you, madame — greater than for no matter what person in the world." Mary opened her lips to say, Except you," but somehow she did not dare. Instead, she remarked that perhaps Adrian would accompany his wife to America. The trip, she suggested, would do him good. No, no," said Aur^lie quickly. He does not breathe freely in the artists' room at a concert. He is out of place there. My mother will come with me. Do not speak of it to him yet. I know not whether they will guarantee me a sufficient sum. But even should I not go, I shall still be much away. As I have told you, I leave England for 6 weeks on the first of next month. You will not suffer Adrian to mope; and you will speak to him of his pictures, about which I am so epouvantably stupid." I will do my best," said Mary, privately thinking that Aur^lie was truly an unaccountable person. While she was speaking, they re entered the drawing room. Now, Adrian, I am ready." Yes," said Herbert. Good night, Mary." I think I heard you say that Mrs. Herbert is going off on a long tour," said Charlie, coming forward and speaking boldly, though his face was very red. Yes," said Adrian. Not a very long tour, though, thank goodness." Then I shall not see her again — at least not for some time. I have made up my mind to take that post in the Conolly Company's branch at Leeds; and I shall be off before Mrs. Herbert returns from the Continent." This is a sudden resolution," said Mary, in some astonishment. I hope Mrs. Herbert thinks it a wise one," said Charlie. She has often made fun of my attempts at settling myself in the world." Yes," said Aur^lie. It is very wise, and quite right. Your instinct tells you so. Good night, and bon voyage. Monsieur Charles." My instinct tells me that it is very foolish and quite wrong," he said, taking her proffered hand timidly. But I see nothing else for it under the circumstances. I don't look forward to enjoying myself. Goodbye." Mary then went downstairs with her guests; but he turned back into the room and watched their departure from the window. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of Love Among the Artists by George Bernard Shaw.